This is a clouds weather alert.
Good late Wednesday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now with this tornado outbreak situation that we're tracking. So many tornado warnings on the board. I'm going to go ahead and start off, though, in Missouri. This storm earlier was producing a large tornado right now. Radar indicated rotation there in the ward areas there around Peebly, Festus, that general vicinity here as we're looking at things around I-55. I don't think we have a confirmed tornado with this at the moment. It looks like, based on the latest scans, a little more linear, which is good news. But we're just going to keep watching. Probably just had some pretty strong winds come through Peebly to Festus, down 60 miles an hour, a possibility based on radar indications here. Not a guarantee because that's not co-located with the rainfall. This is much more organized further off toward the west, and thankfully, at this moment, it doesn't look like it's producing a tornado around I-55, but there's still a tornado warning in effect. You see Arnold in there as well. Some of these other communities. This is from Monroe, St. Clair, Jefferson, and St. Louis counties until 4:45 Central Time. Tornado potential there, moving northeast about 50 miles an hour. So the possible tornado there, just maybe, in the ward areas around the interstate. Luckily that broadened, but there's several other tornado warnings here that we're dealing with. I know I'm just trying to effort some information. I'll be looking at my phone, so I have some family in the area. I'm just efforting some information here on things. And apparently there was a tornado touchdown around Cadet, Missouri earlier on as I'm looking at things here. Just, crazy stuff there as we're looking at the overall situation. It's one man bands have to look at my phone from time to time as we're looking at things. Just trying to send some messages here. Trying to get some confirmation on the situation here as we're tracking things. So again, a tornado warning in this area in Missouri. Let's tell you some of the others because we have just so much going on here. The broad view, so some of those other polygons that are so concerning here as we look at. We have a lot of discrete development, which is really bad. That purple area is where the greatest danger lies here. Even though I think we did have a strong tornado earlier on there west with that storm I-55. We had a pretty deep debris signature. These could be much worse, quite honestly. These could be up 3 or 4 tornadoes that stay on the ground a while in this purple area here as we're looking at things. And we have tornado warnings already in western Tennessee. You see these storms by themselves in general anyway, and some in northern Mississippi, one in Arkansas there. This in the line, we're, still very concerned, but you just have to be kind of, watching here and tracking for sure. It's just a situation where these could still be pretty impactful, but they may not be just absolutely devastating here, over a wide area, but it can still be deadly, in a neighborhood here or there, so we still got to take these very seriously. Interesting to see the tornado watch go away to the north, even though there are tornado warnings. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that, to be quite honest. That's kind of confusing. There's still, obviously, with tornado warnings up there in play. Tornado threat still continues for, downstream St. Genevieve County there. There's still a threat as we're looking. I'm still putting some information here. Bear with me. Just tracking things as we're monitoring the overall scenario. I'm just trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on this Wednesday afternoon, for sure, as there's just so much activity going on here in toward the Weather Center. Just trying, to talk while I'm here on the air. So just trying to keep everybody up to date here on what's going on. It's a one-man band here, so let me go ahead and see what else we might have here in terms of some of these tornado warned storms. So let's go ahead and check these on out here. The velocity on this is, less concerning, compared to what it maybe was a little while ago. Though I will say I see a little bit of an enhancement of wind north of Kimmswick now. This went to about 50, probably not tornadic. There in the that area, I look for any type of debris. I don't think there's any debris there. Let me just double check some things. That's probably a little bit of hail in there around Imperial. Maybe a little bit of hail in there. That could be to about quarter size. Not out of the question in this type of situation. It's not going to be too damaging, I don't think, there. But the tornado threat to the south with that and up toward the east, really, as we're tracking things. So Again, just continuing to watch with another area of storms here coming in from the south and the west. You can see around Ironton we have a tornado warning, a lot of rotation further away on the Doppler radar technology. So again, just continuing to track this. Look at all these red boxes. This is a bad sign here, a bad sign. And that radar from Paducah says it's a lot more clearly. So I need to give some more updates to family here. I rely on the air. I don't particularly like that setup at all. With 2 more spins, that could be, moving toward I-55 over the next little bit. As we're tracking the one that may end up, and I'm doing this, as I'm live, looking at quite a few different things. But that one there, west of Farmington could get closer to St. Genevieve, give or take, as I'm eyeballing it. And then this one in Iron County, this could end up heading up closer towards St. Mary to Perryville in the next little bit. So it's a nasty situation. Very nasty. Ooh, I did not. That Paducah radar was on that really tight, way up there, which is interesting. There may be a little bit of tightening here on the rotation there indoor some of these communities. I am looking at everything the best I can, so bear with me. Bear with me as we're tracking things here in the Weather Center. I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here. There's a lot happening this afternoon, so let me go ahead and kind of look. I'm just checking some different things here behind the scenes once again with this little cluster with the overall scenario here. It's so important to do that as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. I'm going to go up just a little bit on some of these tilts here, at least try to. Interesting to see higher numbers of rotation aloft there. As there could be now a tornado that kind of tries to develop on the north side of this a little bit, but that'd be over in Illinois at this point. So again, just continuing to track this here. Let me go ahead and continue to watch the overall situation. And we're going to go ahead, I know, just going to keep on updating folks here as best I can. Family members in that area. Just bear with me here. I hate to, not stop talking for a second, but bear with me as we're live here on the air. I'm just trying to send out messages here real quick. Let's see, clusters, of and cluster here of rotations moving northeast. They need to be watched closer to the I-55 corridor here as you're tracking things, down in North St. Genevieve and Perry counties in Missouri as we're tracking here. The next little bit. Just bear with me here. They send out these messages to family members as we're tracking this situation. No tornadoes seem to be on the ground based on any, there's no confirmed tornado warnings right now. That's good, but that could change in an instant. By the time they're confirmed, they're already doing damage, impacting folks' lives and, their homes and the like. Again, dangerous situation, trying to send out messages the best they can here to family members. I gotta keep them safe here too. It's a tricky situation, obviously. Just gotta be, you know, trying to stay on top of things the best they can with every. Okay, there's an observed tornado now in Tennessee. Around Jackson, Tennessee. So we're gonna jump over to that here in just a second. There's now a confirmed tornado in the Jackson, Tennessee area here as you're tracking the scenario. See, new tornado watch got issued for St. Louis area again, just be on the safe side. And so we already have active tornado warnings here on the board. So again, that's kind of the storyline here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. Okay, so just making sure I send these messages the best I can. We're watching that. We gotta stay on top of the other national stories. That's why we're on the stream. We gotta confirm tornado moving toward Jackson, Tennessee, a pretty highly populated area now. Now this is really trying to fill this in here more than it should, but who confirmed this? Let's see here. Okay, it's public confirmed because I don't see much debris on radar, if any. But this could intensify over the next few moments here, moving into ward areas of Jackson, Tennessee, and Madison County there in Tennessee. So just continue to track things. Okay, so I'm checking, you know, trying to get some different updates on things here with the radar. Okay, so let's see, is there any hail towards St. Louis City? There's no warning. It could be a little bit of small hail, but it'd be under an inch here if we had anything in that area. Let me check my hail tracker. So that really just kind of picked up a little bit, you know, right there as it got from Imperial over into Illinois. The hail threat that was, anyway. Again. So small hail possible under severe limits there, though. Okay, so I'm continuing to track this. Such a, you know, mess with even the commute, you know, everybody having to, you know, try to encounter these storms when they don't want to, you know, deal with them, obviously. They want to be at home. Instead, they're kind of out in them. Just trying to keep family members updated, but we need to be on the air here, too, for this national storyline. Eventually, we'll kind of get out of some of these areas here in Missouri with family members as these storms move off. But again, still trying to keep you up to date. Just a one-man band here in the Weather Center. No, I'm just looking to run up here to that northern edge of that kind of upticked a little. May have seen some hail. Already see a report there to just under an inch, but may have seen some hail near quarter sized around Imperial. Trying to type as I talk here, but so I'm sending messages to family. I know I hate, you know, just kind of leaving you guys off here. I have to make sure I get these messages right here too. So a little bit of a tricky situation, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, your family, my family here too, as we're tracking things. So I have family there in Missouri, quite a few family members there. Okay, so I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date. Okay, so that one warning, you see that's moved over. We gotta watch these storms down here though, as we're tracking things. No, we actually have a strong storm in our South Georgia area right now. Not severe, so we don't have to jump to it. But a Coffee in Atkinson County till 6 o'clock, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things there. So that's kind of a storyline, in the North Florida, South Georgia region. We have that. This stuff's almost near severe now. Golly, that is really getting stronger. And I know I had a 30-20% chance in the forecast, but we're getting close to getting some warnings in some of our covered area with some rogue development way down there. This is an active pattern, not, really directly related or anything like that, but it's still active to see. As we're looking at things here, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. I know in parts of Florida there are nicer conditions. As we're tracking things, you see in Florida it's hot, and it is, it is clear in some of these spots. Not everywhere though. As we're tracking things, so again, we just got to be very careful here with this weather situation. I'm gonna go ahead and keep looking here, keep checking latest updates. Just trying to send out updates best I can. Again, continuing to look at all the different data here, and again, the family members, giving them updates. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here this afternoon on this type of situation that we have. So again, we have right now in the country 8 tornado warnings. Again, I've been updating family members. That's why I've been looking at the phone. I normally don't do that here on the air. But, I have to keep family members up to date on this dangerous weather situation, that are potentially in the path of some of these storms. So, again, we have all these areas. We have this tornado warning in Illinois right now, headed up toward Belleville, it looks like. Monroe and St. Clair counties until about 4:45 Central Time. We have a tornado warning back out here, some areas of rotation out in that zone. This includes parts of Iron, Madison, and St. Francis counties until 4:45 Central Time. As we get further back out here, we have a tornado warning now for the Shannon and Oregon counties. You see this purple here, that's where the danger could be highest. I mean, we're still just getting going with this. That area we could have strong to violent tornadoes that are on the ground for a while. We're talking about EF3, EF4 tornadoes. We're talking about tornadoes here that could be, as I look at the enhanced Vegeta scale, in that severe to devastating range. So we really got to be taking shelter at a moment's notice. When there's a tornado warning here in play, you need to go ahead and make sure you're really getting inside that sturdy building, getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You don't want to be in a mobile home in this type of situation, that is for sure. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, or baseball helmet. Also have the shoes on the aftermath of a tornado. If, that does arise, you want to have that and those shoes on because you could cut your feet up otherwise with some of that debris. Look at all these storms here in western Tennessee, folks. These storms by themselves are even more dangerous in that they're in this environment. Look at those parameters. That's terrible, folks. If these, maintain separation enough, take advantage of this environment, we could be talking about an outbreak we're never going to forget here. Toward, areas there from Memphis to Paducah, give or take, maybe point off a little bit toward the east. This is a very big deal as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here in the weather center. So, it's a very tricky situation as we're dealing with this. I mean, you see all these tornado warnings here. You see this one here in effect for areas of Mississippi County, Arkansas, Crockett in Tennessee, Tipton, Tennessee, Dyer County there, Western Tennessee, Lauderdale County, and Haywood too. And then you have the tornado warning on Jackson, Tennessee. That was for a confirmed tornado, now radar indicated. Again, moving near Jackson, Tennessee, Crockett, Henderson, Gibson, Carroll, Haywood, and Madison. Another tornado warning. Just on by itself northwest of Oxford here as we're looking at things, areas, like Tate and Panola, Benton, Marshall, either Lafayette or Lafayette, depending on how they pronounce that, northern and northwestern Mississippi. With that tornado warning, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation, there's more tornado warnings here. One north of Champaign, Piatt, DeWitt, McLean, and Champaign counties there. And I don't know why. Another tornado warning, including areas around Decatur, Illinois now. All possible tornadoes here as we're tracking things. I'm sitting down because there's just so much going on. I want to be able to stick with you as long as we can on all this. But you see that yellow area, that's a tornado watch. Still very dangerous. That includes Indianapolis here. But even this purple watch means more volatile, more dangerous, more destructive conditions here are more likely. So again, as we're done with this is a very serious weather situation. We got to take this very, very seriously this afternoon and the evening. You got to have multiple ways to get alerts here as we're tracking things. As I'm giving you guys the latest updates here, I'm just trying to stay on top of things the best I can. So chaotic here with just everything happening. I have to try to be on top of every storm as it impacts these communities. These storms by themselves will get too many that can disrupt the environment some, but if we don't, we're going to have problems here. I got to keep checking here for updates on things. Checking all the different details and making sure I keep family members up to date. Again, so much going on here in the Weather Center this afternoon. It's just, again, so serious with this tornado threat. Quarter size hail reported, around Oakville in St. Louis County just a little bit ago here. That just got reported. I'm just continuing to track everything here. Again, continuing to keep you guys up to date. This is a mess here that we don't want to be dealing with here. But and these are all rotating. This is very serious if this does continue. This accident does continue to mature like it looks like it's going to be doing here, in the moments to come. So we really got to be very mindful. This is northwest of Oxford here. A tornado warning in effect moving up toward Holly Springs, Mississippi. We have a tornado warning there on Jackson, Tennessee. That was a confirmed tornado a little while ago based on a report of it being visually sighted. We're, by the way, in Florida, we're in the 90s here in some spots today, which is just crazy. It's in north, somewhat cold, but still volatile conditions, still, got all that energy and probably with temperatures in the 80s in a lot of locations. Ooh, I don't know if I like, okay, our radar is not updating now. Okay, did that get knocked off? Let me see. Looks like that's not updating anymore up towards St. Louis. Around Belleville is where we have the bigger problems there now. We're getting some stuff to surge forward now in St. Genevieve County. Okay, gotta update family members again here. As we're tracking things, you can see Bloomsdale here to about Weingarten. That wind signature moving toward I-55. Everyone intensified quickly there. Again, just continuing to give you the updates here. Let me put this on the screen. You guys can see what I'm talking about here. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here in this type of situation. Family members here. That's why I'm looking at my phone if you guys are wondering. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Again, high risk of severe weather today. That's rare to be issued by the Storm Prediction Center as we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring, as we're trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's happening. Such a busy setup here. Again, just surging forward very quickly. And you can kind of see it, and the radar was down for a little bit here. At least on my end. Been trying to keep folks safe. Again, so much going on here. Again, dangerous weather situation, obviously, this afternoon. Again, updating family members here that could be in the path of this activity. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here. Very inclement conditions. Right there around the interstate with this heavy convection. When this stuff moves in, it kind of keeps a lingering threat if you're going from north to south along the interstate here. It's not, ideal because you have a threat to the north, and you kind of, depending on the overall speed of how you're going and how these storms are moving, you kind of have a continuing threat here, so it makes things tricky as we continue to watch. You see this tornado warning around Belleville, Illinois. There's some rotation up there kind of moving off. Let's get back to the south where this threat could even be worse. So I did not like this at all, how these are developing there, with the rotations. I will say that some of that's a little clustered together, which could help mitigate things a little bit. We'll see, but that stuff like this is not, that looks awful, quite honestly. If we were to get these storms to mature in the environment that we're in, these could be, life-changing tornadoes. Some of these storms could ultimately produce that here with these storms being all by themselves. And that's not good, folks. In northern Mississippi, and either moving up into western Tennessee, or maybe even western Kentucky, some of this eventually, before the line catches it. The more development we get there, the worse this is going to be here. Assuming they stay isolated enough. We want them to be more together because that'll mitigate the threat some. I know this is developing a little east of the line, but what I'll say about that is it actually gives them more time, I would think, to be able to be prolific tornado producers here. So, we'll have to watch back out and hear that too. This stuff's starting to get going. This is not good down here in eastern Arkansas either with all these storms by themselves. As we're looking in northern Mississippi, you see around Oxford there, we have a tornado warning moving toward Holly Springs. We have all this lightning tornado warning around Jackson, Tennessee. Nothing's, confirmed as of the moment here, which is good, but that could change at any moment. A tornado warning is out here toward like an area there in central Oregon County, then Missouri. But, this environment around Paducah is just so primed in a very bad way, and maybe even just east of there, quite honestly, a little bit more so. For this tornadic activity to really, assuming things, we don't get stuff to come together too much. Each storm's going to be able to take advantage of the environment here and be very, very problematic. So you really got to be taking heed. Now, we also, believe it or not, we just got a local warning now. Like, we don't have enough going on here today with this weather setup. We just got a local severe thunderstorm warning now for Atkinson and Coffee. So, for our local North Florida and South Georgia viewers, I need to make sure I give this information out to you guys and bring this to your attention. Of course, we're always on for any tornado warnings within 162 counties, but we're on for a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. And now portions of Coffee and Atkinson under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind potential of 615, and there could even be hail in there. Probably, according to the weather service, only about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, but our radar actually said a little bit more than that. It's not actually over an inch. Well over an inch there around Willacoochee. It's pretty rural up there, thankfully, but yeah, now we have a local warning to deal with here, too, a severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll get back to the national picture in a moment, the tornado outbreak. But real quick, this is southwestern Coffee and northwestern Atkinson counties there in southeastern Georgia. At 5:43, a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles north of Willacoochee, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So Ambrose and Broxton, also under this severe thunderstorm warning. There's not much of a tornado, if any tornado threat here with anything today in our area, despite these storms being all by themselves. I mean, I'll see the parameters here. We have instability. Sure, it's hot. That's a lot of instability. But, the supercell composite, why it's there, it's nothing like what we have to the north, all that purple. I'm honestly surprised to see it that high around here, quite honestly. But, this is right on the edge of that. So that's interesting that we even have any of that in the picture in this pattern. That was not necessarily showing up too much in some of the information. I mean, we don't have a risk here of severe weather. Let's see if we do have the thunderstorm risk. We have a area of thunderstorm activity northeast of Gainesville there, but we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now in our area. So again, I say you tornado outbreak in the corner. We have local warnings now because Tallahassee just issued one for parts of Arwen County. Severe thunderstorm warning, they're saying maybe hail to an inch in size, with a severe thunderstorm located 7 miles southwest of Ambrose, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. We're talking about a situation here where we're talking about Ray and Osterfield there potentially with the threat. Radar indicated is what we're tracking with the potential for some hail damage to vehicles, wind damage to roof, side, and trees. So that's in the local area. We have national storylines here too that are just so big. I mean, we have a high risk for tornadoes. That's why we're on. But we had to bring your attention to local stuff just for a moment. There's nothing like to the west, but that's still to the west. That's not our local area, but there it's going to be much, much, much worse here as we're looking at things. Already seeing a gust there at the airport around Memphis to 70 miles an hour there around 4 o'clock Central. We're down currently to 4 tornado warnings, but a new severe thunderstorm warning now, including parts of Perry County in Missouri, now to 5:30 Central Time. So that accent keeps on coming on in there. For sure, as we're tracking things, we'll have to watch for some rotation within that line. It's not out of the question we could get something to spin up there. As we're tracking things here, I know you see on Decatur, Illinois, we have a tornado warning there on the board. We have a tornado warning here around Winona, Missouri, radar indicated. This is still, and I'll double check, it was, and still is radar indicator on Jackson, Tennessee. We also have a tornado warning north of Oxford, so there's 4 of those, with a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, a bunch of tornado watches, including one for just the extreme danger in purple. We also have wind gusts now to, is that 90 miles an hour there in Illinois? Wow. 90 mile an hour winds in Latham County, Illinois, there, southeast of Lincoln, Illinois, around the, area there in Logan County. So, again, continuing to check that. I got to keep updating family members on the situation. So, yeah. Again, trying to keep you up to date. Trying to keep you up to date here. So again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. I'm just trying to make sure I top everything the best I can. Again, just continuing to watch the situation. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed here on this Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday evening. See, in St. Francis, Kennesaw, Farmington, there's a gust of 60 miles an hour 7 minutes ago. Coming on in there from amateur radio. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Again, I'm trying to keep family members up to date. I know it's weird I'm not talking for a while. I know that seems weird, but again, I'm just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. So, again, trying to keep everybody safe and my family here as well. And we're tracking this. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Okay, we have all these different warnings here. It's just so crazy with all the overall weather pattern. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. We have 4 tornado warnings in the country right now. They're all radar indicated, so that's some good news as we're tracking things, and that it could be worse in that regard. It could be worse as we're monitoring the overall scenario. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed, but it could, take an escalation very, very quickly toward western Kentucky as we look ahead toward that timeline. Tornado warning around Holly Springs. You see around Jackson, Tennessee. You see there we have all this severe thunderstorm action there around St. Genevieve and the like. So nasty situation there. As we're trying to give you guys the very latest here. You can see all this wind enhancement in here from, areas there on Kaufman off toward the east. Again, trying to keep us up to date on our local weather too, because we have a couple warnings locally now. Severe thunderstorm warnings, kind of a little bit of a surprise here, quite honestly. Not stunning, but a little surprising here. That could be producing hail over Quarterside now, quite honestly. Our signature on that, it's showing over an inch in diameter hail moving toward Ambrose, Georgia here right now. Not a tornado threat with this, but, having to shift gears toward our local area a little bit too. So, a lot going on, obviously, here with severe thunderstorm warning in toward that area. So, again, we're just going to go ahead and continue to track things here. And we have some severe thunderstorm warnings left in Little Rock, too, now. And that's a little more clustered. Could still have embedded tornadoes, but that's it. Limit, to some degree, the strong tornado threat back out that way as we're looking there. But you see the, PDS watch getting but cavity. Some of this stuff, Brinkley down toward Pine Bluff. We have these times all by themselves. If there's too many, they kind of take away from their own environment a little bit. But if not, it could be a big problem here in terms of that tornado potential, which is an extreme one here. As we're looking at things, as you see here, the tornado parameters in play very significantly, as we're looking at things. And by themselves, this can be a classic dangerous tornado setup here as we're tracking things. Okay, let's go ahead and keep looking at the velocity here on these storms in Missouri, because I have to keep my family members informed here on what's happening. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here on exactly what's happening. Definitely some very strong winds here south of Bloomsdale. And some heavy, heavy downpours as we're looking at things right now. You see St. Mary and some of the stronger wind, maybe not a tornado, but some stronger winds moving on in there toward I-55 over the next little bit here. So again, continuing to track things, continuing to monitor. We already had a gust of 60 around Farmington. So just continuing to give you guys the latest updates here on this. So let me go ahead and keep checking some different details here. Keep giving you guys the very latest here on exactly what's happening. There's just so much going on here in the meteorology world as we're monitoring the situation. So again, just trying to give you guys all the details here. As we're tracking things minute by minute. Warning continues back locally in Irwin County, Georgia. We have till 6:30. Some 60-mile-an-hour winds possibly there. So let's get back down into Georgia now. We have that area there of accident. I say discrete. This is, but it's not the environment for a tornado really there. For hail, sure. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's happening, exactly what's going on here. Definitely some tricky stuff to deal with as the minutes go by. So. Again, trying to make sure everybody stays safe. Making sure everybody stays safe. So at the top of the hour now, meteorologist Casey Cloud in the Weather Center, there's so much happening, whether it's local or national. I will say the number of tornado warnings in the country went down to 1 for a moment. I think that's going to be temporary, a temporary reprieve, quite honestly, compared to, we had so many a moment ago. Maybe somehow we'll get lucky, and it's just, we have so much that it becomes more about hail and wind, but, that's a rotating storm there on Jackson in Tennessee right now. As we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest. I know, interesting to see how they're kind of trying to issue some of this out here. Really strong, accident in St. Genevieve County. They don't have a new severe thunderstorm warning back out that way, though. To find kind of interesting, to be quite honest, because you can see the stronger winds back out in that there. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening as we go ahead and give you the latest details. I will say it looks like, maybe a little bit of weak rotation there in western parts of Perry County. That's not what you want to see, obviously. It's not overwhelming, don't get me wrong. But a little bit of weak rotation there in western parts of Perry County, Missouri now. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening as we're looking at things at the top of the hour. It's 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Let's get back toward our local concerns. We don't have the Moody radar which hurts us here, but we have some severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia, believe it or not, locally here, Coffee and Atkinson counties until 6:15 at 5:43. A severe thunderstorm is located 8 miles north of Willacoochee, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. And another severe thunderstorm warning toward Irwin County as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. So, again, we're watching these storms locally. It's kind of crazy to even see them locally like this popping up. But, again, continuing to track things here minute by minute. You see Northwest Alabama, we have some discrete storms now. If we get too many, that could limit that tornado threat some, which would be great. But, I don't know. It may not work out that way. And that looks like it tightened up around Jackson, Tennessee there. Let's get over on to the actual rod data output here. And it looks like it is trying to tighten up a little bit there northeast of Jackson, Tennessee. So again, we gotta be really mindful of what's going on here. Really mindful of what's happening. Well, you know, that discrete storm like that is tricky. Checking the activity in Missouri as well. You know, all these warnings in effect. Just trying to get the latest updates on things. Talking to family members in that area and the like. Again, checking my phone to keep, you know, family members up to date here. You know, I don't love it. Look at my phone like this, you know, too much on the air because I know you guys, if you're at home, probably wondering, and why am I not giving the attention to you guys? But I got to keep my family members safe and informed as well. So again, you know, watching different threats here in this type of setup. Again, watching things very carefully. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what's going on. Let me take a break here pretty soon. We have the local thunderstorm warnings as well, though. We're on Ambrose, Georgia. Some hail potential there. Let me pull up the radar there out of Twiggs County. You see some of this enhancement heading up toward Ambrose there in Prison over the next little bit. But then we also have, you know, even I hear some thunder here where I'm at now, east is dark, looking to the south. You see on radar, there's nothing severe with this. I know it's weird seeing these storms all by themselves too, but this is not a tornado threat locally by any stretch. If it's a thunderstorm warning in Georgia, this could be strong. Probably not going to be severe, but we'll watch it around Waldo there on US 301. You know, this summertime pattern. I mean, it was 91 degrees here a little while ago. The best I could tell. Let me just double check. Okay, actually 90.4 is the highest we got, so not quite to 91, but you kind of get the idea here as we're checking things out in toward the Weather Center as we're trying to give you the latest. I know this storm here, pretty nasty hail producer on Jackson, Tennessee, over an inch in diameter, quarter size hail, $half size there. That's a nasty situation. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on exactly what's going on here. We're just trying to monitor the scenario the best we can. The Weather Center, since we don't have any, like, you know, significant tornadoes on the ground, what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to take a break to 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central, unless I need to pop back in sooner. But I will reiterate, we have some local severe thunderstorm warnings right now. You know, like one for parts of Coffee County, Georgia, around Ambrose. We have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail potential moving northeast at 20 miles an hour, and then we have a little bit of Owen County clipped as well. So definitely a tricky setup here, and that's not, as we're looking at things here, you know, something that is, you know, really tied into the threat out west. I mean, You can see some of the parameters kind of attached, but that's not the whole storyline here. Or that, you know, the line, it's not gonna be here till like Monday, or at least later on Sunday here toward our area. And it's today's Wednesday, so yeah, it's a long-term pattern. We're gonna have big flooding problems here toward areas there and toward parts of Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Illinois. You know, could be catastrophic by the time we get in, like by Saturday, especially the rain's just adding up, causing big problems. So again, continuing to track things here. I know we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Now let's get down into Arkansas. I see some more family members here, potentially with some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts now. That's a possibility around Cabot to Old Austin there. Some more family members impacted in toward that region there, in toward Arkansas, as we're tracking things. So just got to keep our eyes on that situation there. As we're monitoring things minute by minute. You know, that's some strong wind, not necessarily tornadic yet, but we got to pay attention. Gotta pay attention to that here as we're looking ahead and toward the timeline. So we're going to keep you up to date here the best we can. Let me go ahead and go back to the broad perspective. You see, we have so much happening. There's so much happening all over the board here. Let me pull up our tornado safety tips. We're going to rate what to do here in these type of situations. I'm going to get a loop going here, and then we'll wrap to the bottom of the hour. I seem to pop back in sooner here with the very latest. This is very active here nationally. Try to catch our breath while we can here in the Weather Center on this type of setup. A very volatile situation as we're looking at things out toward the west. But even locally, severe thunderstorm warnings, including areas of Irwin County in Georgia and in Coffee County in Georgia as well. So there's a lot happening here, and we're trying to stay on top of as we can. Again, some really tricky weather going on here with the meteorology as these conditions deteriorate towards certain communities that are high risk, a 30% tornado risk. That's very rare, and we got to take the situation very seriously. So, again, let me go ahead. I'll put up our other mode here, and just for right now, of course, we'll pop back in if it's necessary sooner, but otherwise, we'll come back in about an hour, 5:30. Central, 6:30 Eastern. Of course, there's some local severe thunderstorm warnings, believe it or not, in Georgia. Hail, wind possible there toward Irwin and Coffee counties there in Georgia. So we're watching that here too. But for now, we're back at 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern with more, unless we need to pop back in sooner. Stay tuned and stay safe, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30 Central Time, 6:30 Eastern Time. As we're tracking all this nasty severe activity, I know we have a situation here where toward like South Florida, we're actually watching some local severe weather, believe it or not. But those severe thunderstorm warnings have gone away. But now we see an uptick out toward the west again with the tornado outbreak, with mini tornado warnings in play. As we're looking toward different states there, like even, I see Missouri there, Tennessee, Illinois, Mississippi, Louisiana have boxes toward those areas, at least a little sliver of them. And we have a high risk for a tornado. That purple zone is where I'm really concerned. The greatest concern lies in toward that area there. As we're looking at things, that strong to violent tornadoes are most likely there, which is very serious, obviously. Very serious stuff. As we go ahead and look at things here on the Doppler, I know towards St. Louis, things are improving now towards some of those areas down into toward areas like Perry County, Missouri. Some of that stuff's weakened some now, and just, the heavy rain and some lightning versus maybe severe weather warnings. That's some great news, but as we look off toward the east, you see some tornado warnings here on the board still. As we're looking at things, you see around areas like Vandalia there, if I'm pronouncing that right. There was a radar confirmed tornado. I showed that to you guys a moment ago on our other source. In between updates, you saw a little blue drop out there on our debris tracker, pretty high level. It wasn't called large and extremely dangerous, but there may have been like an EF2 give or take tornado in there for a few minutes as we were looking at things toward some of these different areas. So I'm going to say here toward Bond County in Illinois. This is from about 10 minutes ago or so. That blue area there indicating debris around Greenville, Smithboro, potentially in there. I mean, it's so far away in the radar, it's hard to say, how really significant this tornado was, but it did seem to be pretty noteworthy as I was tracking things here on the Doppler perspective. So that's a tornado warning in Illinois there that we're watching. As we're tracking things, I got to go to the current mode again and switch over to the Paducah radar. We have this tornado warning down here south of Van Buren. As we're tracking things here, moving up toward Grandin and Elsinore there over the next little bit. I know, got to be mindful in toward that area. That's radar indicator right now. But in this corridor here now, if we get too many storms to develop, that could limit tornado threat some, in a high impact volatile setup like this. But I know lots of the radars, there's just so much usage on them. I have to switch to a different mode here because it did come up finally, but it's taking a while to load some of that in. You see this one's all by itself. This is another vantage point of that. And depending on how far apart they can get and how much they can take advantage of the environment, the next few hours could be very, very dangerous here. Towards some of these areas in like western Tennessee, maybe up toward western Kentucky. Some of those areas here, that corridor looking very dangerous. Eastern Arkansas here as well with this discrete development. Even a tornado warning there in Louisiana right here, east of Shreveport at this moment in time. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, a severe thunderstorm with, that in there that's capable of producing a tornado. So tornado warning there for Central Webster as well as West Central Claiborne and East Central Bossier parishes there in Louisiana at about 6 o'clock Central Time. This is, you see Ruston there on the other side of my head per se, and that's where Louisiana Tech is. This is off toward the west, but even all that's isolated here. So around the Minden community, I know that's an area that's been touched by zero that covered over the years, and that's a hook on that storm. That could become more favorable to produce a nasty tornado as it moves up there in toward like southern Arkansas later on, as the conditions become even more favorable. I see in northern Mississippi, there's a report out of Tate County. As we move over here, there's a report of spiky tennis ball size hail. That does not sound fun. That's already bad enough hail, the tennis ball size, but then spiky? Ugh. I don't know. That would not be, you probably get cut up with hail like that if you were out in there. So that's why you got to be really careful as we continue to track all this here, as we continue to monitor the situation. And this tornado warning is going northwest of Poplar Bluff. Let me kind of get an idea. I feel like that's probably going to be something Cape Girardeau. We'll have to watch over the next little bit as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. You got to be very mindful of what could happen there as we're tracking this at southwest of Elsinore. This, very worth paying attention to here as we're looking at things. That's a report of one in tail there. One in tail. The National Weather Service in Memphis that lasted 2 to 3 minutes as we're looking at things around Germantown there. As we're giving you guys the very latest information here on what's going on. Just a tricky setup overall. So again, just going to keep on looking here at the situation. Listen, Georgia was strong but not severe storms in our area. We have a severe warning up there in Emmanuel County, but that's not in our covered area here. And we have some rain here in southern Bradford, but it's not severe. There was some rumbles of thunder coming from some of that here, that lightning a little while ago. As we're looking at things, as they're tracking, but that's falling off some. There's another one back behind it, but this is not, any type of concern for a tornado here in North Florida. Don't get me wrong. I'm just showing this to you guys because we did have some storms to the north. In Georgia, go severe thunderstorm warned. But as we're continuing to watch this here, or south of Hawthorne down 301, some of that lightning around. As we're continuing to watch this here on Enigma there. We're watching these are a little bit stronger up there in Georgia, but not severe in our area like what we were tracking earlier on toward Irwin and Coffee counties. Then as we go ahead and keep watching there toward Little Rock. So Little Rock's not in the warning right now, but report Cabot. There is some hail potential. How big is this golf ball size? Okay. I could do some damage there as we're looking at things. Cabot up toward areas further off toward the east here. That definitely could do some damage there as we're looking at the situation in toward Arkansas. Not tornado warning, thankfully, though, but that's showing some rotation. Let me have some family members in that area, too. Let me just check that. Let me go ahead and monitor things there. As we're tracking things, I've been updating family members, that's why I've been looking at the phone here earlier on in the coverage. A lot of that passing them by in Missouri right now. And hopefully that threat will start to subside here for, time being. I've been watching like Western Kentucky and those areas for sure, as we've alluded to. But in eastern Missouri, that threat's subsiding some. But let me just look at this storm here. It's by itself, but the environment isn't quite as favorable for a tornado. This is southeast of Cabot and Cabot proper. It did get hailed about quarter size, so it's not overwhelming, don't get me wrong, but still not fun. Now that's kind of already moved past Cabot, though, the worst of that. And now we're kind of tracking things right along here. I think I've been on that road before. State Road 31, that was about 10 years ago, going out there from Lonoke off the interstate. I-40 there, a little over 10 years ago, going up that. There is some weak rotation there as you're tracking, as we're monitoring things. But again, no tornado warning there right now. Just have some family members in that area that may be watching here. Thanks so much for tuning in here and watching and trusting me if you are on this Wednesday afternoon. But again, continuing to track things and really starting to turn into Wednesday evening, depending on where you are in the country. But as you're looking, that's a little bit nastier hailstorm to the east, but quarter-size hail on Cabot, or just a little bit bigger there in Arkansas. But currently we have 8 tornado warnings in the country. Take that 9 tornado warnings. Let me go ahead and we have this up here in Fayette County, Illinois. There was a confirmed tornado with this a little while ago, and right now it's radar indicated in northern Fayette County and Illinois. I know we were watching a confirmed tornado with that earlier on toward like Bond County. The tornado warning radar indicated toward southern Fayette County. And we have Clinton, Merritt, and Washington County, that Illinois tornado warning. We have another tornado warning back out here toward Elsinore and Grandin. I think this is gonna, pass like, south of like Perryville here for sure. At the moment is how we're tracking this. I don't know, one tracker wants to pull that up north. I will say this one here though, that could be Bears watching toward Perryville next little bit. As we're tracking the situation, that could Barrel watching here as we're dealing with things toward I-55. You see down toward the south here, that is a nasty area there with the tornado warning, but this may get some type of warning up, Fort Perryville eventually. This one here, you probably more Cape Girardeau, but we'll watch it. It's kind of on the edge of the radar, so sometimes it's hard to gauge the angle with this. We'll see, because let me get a rotation tracker when we're so far away on the radar like this. Makes things very difficult to try to get a gauge on exactly where this is headed. But rotating tracker seemed to, what it was picking up on wants to take this closer to Cape Girardeau. This one here, though, that could be something for Perryville next little bit. As we're watching things, it's a nasty storm system here as the timeline goes on. As we're monitoring things here with the meteorology. So again, just trying to give you the latest update, checking with, family members, getting updates there. That's why I'm looking at my phone. Just want to make sure everything's okay here with this type of setup. It's about staying safe here and staying protected in toward this type of situation. You gotta stay weather aware, obviously. Things can rapidly change. I see a tornado warning now for Butler, Carter, and Wayne counties. Potential tornado over Elsinore there in southeast Missouri now. Radar indicated. That's the storyline there. As we're tracking things, as we're giving you the latest updates on exactly what's going on this Wednesday. So again, so important to do that here. As we're done with this, as we're just tracking, again, I'm checking things. I'm going to pull up our tornado safety tips here real quick. Let me go ahead and just do that. Throw those up on the screen here as we're done with things in the weather situation. It's just so important to be on top of things here in the weather world. So again, we're continuing to track everything here. We're at 6:42 Eastern, but 5:42 Central Time here as we're looking towards some of these different areas. So it's just so important to stay on top of things here in this type of setup. So, just you gotta stay on top of it. We gotta be here for you. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch and play, which is very rare. High risk, which is very rare for tornadoes as we're looking toward portions of the country here. So, continuing to keep you up to date. It's a 5:42. Keeping you guys informed. Again, popping back on camera now. These discrete storms are going to probably be a big problem here eventually as they become more mature and produce strong tornadoes. When you have the purple boxes, that means confirmed. The one we have that's confirmed, it was up toward like Bond County. It's around Fayette County now, but it's a new tornado warning down in here. That's the Cape Girardeau storyline. Maybe this tries to plot it a little bit north, maybe of Cape Girardeau. That could be like Jackson, Missouri, somewhere in there, give or take, as we're looking at things. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see on that. But again, trying to keep you up to date here on exactly what's going on. All these warnings here in Illinois. Around Vandalia there. Vandalia. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Vandalia, probably. They pronounce that there in Illinois. Let me go back to the overview for a moment of some things. I know we have these watches, but this is a high risk of tornadoes in this purple. Very rare, and it goes all the way from, Arkansas, southern areas, up through Memphis and Jonesboro and toward Cape Girardeau there. You saw Sykes and Paducah, Mayfield. It's pretty big, from north to south, high risk. Not, a lot bigger, I'm sure, overall, especially, left to right. But that's a pretty big south to north corridor, quite honestly, here. As we're trying to watch for the most favorable environment for very dangerous tornadic activity. All these storms all by themselves. It's just a matter how the parameters kind of come together here. Instability's up. Obviously, your tornado parameters will get really high. Ooh, I don't like the way that's headed. And that's by itself. We got to really pay attention on Memphis because those parameters are so high. Tornado parameters are on 5. If these, some of them last night, even though the overall setup wasn't near as favorable, because it was a line versus discrete, you had tornado parameters closer to 10. They were higher than what the models were showing really early this morning in Oklahoma. They've, really overachieved it, with how we had some environmental setups. Now, we only had 2 tornadoes as far as I, really noting here, tracking things into Oklahoma, but one was pretty nasty there around Owasso in that state in northeast Oklahoma. Another family member in that area. As we're tracking things. But as we're going ahead and looking at the situation right now, continuing to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's happening. Yeah, I don't like that angle at all there. Tunica, Mississippi, going up toward Memphis there. Let me go ahead and keep looking. I mean, the overall rotation is not tight right now, but, you know, as we get closer to sunset, if you get this really mature, and let's say to an extremely highly populated area. Now, these storms look like they're big hail producers. We're lucky so far that the winds haven't come together just in the wrong way to be producing just, you know, these could, in theory, have been, and still could be, eventually strong to violent tornado producers in a pretty widespread manner. It hadn't happened yet, it doesn't seem. But, you know, we definitely can have tornadoes in here, and we got to be very weather aware. Tornado warnings right now continue in Illinois there, Shelby and Effingham counties. We have parts of Fayette County there. You know, areas in Fayette County, Marion County there, Clinton and Washington. We're watching stuff down here. You know, see a new tornado warning for St. Francis and Madison counties now. So we gotta still pay attention down in that region. It'd probably be that area right in here. That's Madison. We did extend it to St. Francis a little though. I don't think that would go all the way to Farmington now, but probably somewhere in here we'll see that red box pop up. Probably already popping by the computer, but yeah, I see it popping on in there. It's pretty tight. Excuse me, that's pretty tight there. By the way, in Tennessee now, and there's your tornado warning for Madison and St. Francis counties around the Fredericktown area. That could be something to watch, you know, even closer toward Perryville here, and maybe even points north toward St. Mary. Ultimately, depending on how this goes, as I'm continuing to track things, looking at my monitors here, leaning forward as we continue to give you the latest. I know the public report of hail just under the baseball size in Tennessee around Clarksburg. Let's see, and we're looking off the Paducah radar, but you know, these different storms. It's in Carroll County. So over here, I know that's where Clarksburg is. That's a nasty looking storm. A lot of nasty looking storms rather south here. And as these start producing, you know, the tornado threat a little bit higher, that's going to be a problem, you know, further east especially. But even these, you know, these have that tornado potential to them some degree here. Just running some different things here. Gotta go ahead and update some family members on the situation on that storm. Gotta continue to watch things here. So that's, you know, when I'm not talking for a moment, I'm updating family members. I see Cardinal Ripley got canceled out of a tornado warning. So that's, you know, an update there. After tracking things. Again, continue to keep you up to date. This type of situation. Bear with me here. Trying to get the latest updates and everything going on and give out the latest updates. Okay, so that's from Fredericktown. So I gotta update some family members here, bear with me. Give me just a moment, folks. Updating family. Watching a tornado warning storm into the west of I-55 there right now. Southwest of Perryville, St. Mary, and the like. Trying to keep everybody up to date here. Updating you, your friends, and your family. My family here too, over on the phone. Some of them riding about. Again, watching a new tornado warned area that could ultimately move toward the Perryville to St. Mary corridor. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking. Very, very active weather situation, obviously, here on this Wednesday. As trying to keep everybody safe and informed. We're now up to 12 tornado warnings here in the country. You know, it's up and down. We were down to 1 for a little while, but we're up to 12, and that's a nasty storm there around Fredericktown. That is a nasty looking area of rotation there around Fredericktown for sure. So, you gotta be mindful of that. Gotta be very mindful of that here over the next little bit. Got more tornado warning areas down toward like Wayne County there. Nothing's confirmed as far as I see at the moment. That's why we're not emphasizing one certain area, but any of these could get confirmed at any moment. Got a couple tornado warnings in Texas now here, northeast Texas, toward like west of Jefferson and Marion County, Texas. And then you also have areas there from Atlanta down to Vivens there, over next little bit, and toward parts of Cass County. So that's, you know, something to bear to watch. And we have tornado warning here in toward Arkansas County. In Arkansas, with Jefferson and Monroe, we have a lot of wind enhancement here in towards central Arkansas around Little Rock, give or take. 2 inch hail possible there east of Cabot. So some family members being impacted by that potentially. Not a great situation there, obviously, with that happening and that potential. As we're continuing to track things. Continuing to give you the latest updates. Just trying to stay on top of everything. It's the hook there, southeast of Somerville in Tennessee. All these red boxes. I don't love how this is some of this headed for Jonesboro there. These are some really tight areas of rotation that could get tighter in that more favorable environment even over the next little bit. You got to be very mindful of that. Watching around Fredericktown. See south of Greenville and Wayne County, north of Williamsville there. I wanted to say Williamson because there's a Williamson County in the heartland, but no, this is Williamsville there in Wayne County area there. Watching some of that rotation. I'm going to continue to give you the updates. I'll say something else that I'm noting here. It's kind of interesting, a little surprising, quite honestly. These tornado parameters, they don't show up as much to the north, but we're getting tornado warnings, so There's enough in here to, because I got a supercell. I was showing that other. I think this must be misreading a little, but given a bit stability, if nothing else, you get that spin on the back side here. Because, you know, the parameters say it's not as favorable, but it looks pretty favorable there in the real time, in this real time situation. Let's see about this here, southeast of Sykes, and there's no warning on it, but watching some rotation there. As we're tracking things, right now we have 14 tornado warnings and 15 tornado warnings in the country. All of them are indicated right now. Fayette, Canada, no way. Let me go ahead and zoom way out here. I'll just try to run them all down for everybody. These should all be Central Time, it looks like. But Fayette County, no way. Getting in toward areas toward Arkansas. You know, some of these could border in more than one state, but it's just a situation where I'm trying to read these all off here at once. It's only still into one state, so. You know, Columbia, Claiborne, Webster, and then we have Arkansas, Jefferson, and Lincoln. Toward Arkansas anyway, at least parts of that state, Monroe and Woodruff, and then Miller and Cass, and then in Missouri, Madison and St. Francis. Got a new tornado warning in Fayette County, Illinois now. Just popped up on warning update there. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here with the situation. Then, of course, we're watching the Arkansas, Jefferson, and Monroe, toward Arkansas, Independence, Jackson, and Lawrence, Wayne County, and Missouri, Effingham, and Selby, toward Illinois, Fayette County. We've been talking about you guys, Tennessee, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood. We have Cass, Harrison, and Marion in Texas. We have Marion County in Illinois. We have Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison toward Tennessee as well. So this is a very active situation, obviously, here. With that many tornado warnings, now 16 on the board here, but they're all radar indicated for now. It doesn't mean that'll last, but you saw the Texarkana we're watching. See, this discrete storm northeast of Shreveport now. Yikes. You're watching this stuff southeast of Little Rock all by itself. East of Little Rock. More tornado warning storms southwest of Jonesboro, Arkansas. These are all radar indicated right now. At any moment, one of these could be, you know, down, and then it could, in just a matter of moments, be producing a more significant tornado. So we have to be really careful, obviously, as we're tracking things, watching Illinois there, monitoring the situation very carefully, and I'm trying to monitor things the best I can on all my different sources, obviously, here, as things go along. So, very active situation, very dangerous stuff here. As we're looking, I see it's within the morning now toward Illinois. Okay, this one's for Alexander and Johnson, Massac, at least parts of that zone now. Williamson, Ballard, Carlisle, McCracken, Mississippi, and Scott. Didn't quite get to like Paducah and that area yet there. But continuing to watch things, obviously. Very dangerous stuff. Gotta be very mindful. Okay, we got a tornado on the, okay, large tornado now, Monroe, Jefferson, and Arkansas counties in Arkansas. So let's get down there. That would be this storm, a large tornado east of Pine Bluff. Are they confirming this via radar or spotter? Spotter confirming the large tornado. Okay, I see a tornado warning for Perryville, Missouri now. I gotta get back to that here in just a second. So again, just gonna continue to track things here. You know, a lot going on one moment, a lot, you know, less or more the next moment. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here. But let's get that large tornado here. Let's get that large tornado here inward parts of Arkansas. We have some type of tornado down, moving up to the Elmira community there. You got to take southern Arkansas. We had a PDS warning earlier in Missouri for that storm. It was close to Potosi, and then it kind of weakened off as it got closer toward the interstate. And it was like Peebly, but this is, I believe, our second PDS warning of the afternoon and evening. Unless, you know, there's just so many warnings, it's possible one of these could have gone that way for a second, but I don't think so. But here's your tornado here, moving up toward the Elmira community. So right into that area now. Spotter's confirmed. That's really tightening up. Spotted confirming a large tornado there. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here. Trying to keep you guys up to date on the situation. Let me go ahead and, yeah, let's go to a different mode because that debris did not want to pop up on there. I'm sure there's debris. Oh, there's a lot of debris with that. So let's go ahead and switch sources here. Okay, so you see on Elmira, that blue chunk there, that debris being picked up on a community that I've, is very rural, not, heard of it before, but Elmira, Arkansas. This is a very dangerous situation, a life-threatening weather situation right now, with potentially a large tornado headed your way into Arkansas here at this moment in time. So again, dangerous stuff as we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring. Got to update some family members as well and some stuff in Missouri. Oh, that's right over Elmira, Arkansas now. This is very bad news. That says radar indicated. That's more than radar indicated though at this point. Considerable damage tag on this here. Inward part of Arkansas. Observe considerable damage threat there on Elmira, Arkansas. This is very, very serious. You see winds there. I'm sure the winds are over 100 miles an hour to produce a debris signature like that. I mean, how far is this from the radar? It's got to be pretty far from the radar site. Over 4,000 feet. So that's a very significant tornado moving up eventually toward like Holly Grove, Morrow, Arkansas as well. So dangerous stuff here, folks. Very dangerous stuff. Just trying to keep everybody safe. There's so much going on here. I want to stay up on top of things for family in other areas as well. But this is what, right here, that's the problem there on Elmira, Arkansas. You're trying to keep family members up to date. Again, an active pattern. We're looking in Arkansas right now. There's tuning in very, very significant tornado there. You see all that blue, that's debris, being locked up from a significant tornado hitting the Elmira, Arkansas area right now. As we're dealing with the situation. So, again, I'm just continuing to track things here. Continuing to give you guys the latest updates on what's going on. So much happening. See some of that debris still around Elmira, not quite as dense. So maybe it was weakening a bit in town, but it still probably caused some pretty significant damage in that vicinity. Dropped that much debris. As we're looking at things here, as we're tracking, as we're giving you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening in this type of setup. So, again, so much happening that we're having to try to stay on top of here. Now we're having to try to stay on top of in toward the Weather Enterprise. Again, trying to keep everybody up to date here, and my family as well. Again, that looks a little weaker. I'll zoom out here, but that's still got to be watched in Arkansas there. Again, so much going on here with this severe weather situation. Again, continue to track everything here to just minute by minute updates coming on in. Let me go ahead and switch some things up here. Bear with me. Trying to keep everybody safe and informed here, obviously. Let's come back on camera right at the moment. We just have so many areas we're watching. I mean, that one there in Arkansas popped up because it was a confirmed large tornado. And that's in eastern Arkansas. We have several other storms, but the thunderstorm warnings are on Little Rock there. Let me go ahead and see here the tornado warning around Perryville and then northern part of Perry County. As we're tracking things, let me go ahead and our other system is loading this a little quicker right now. So let me go ahead and get that loaded on up here. Bear with me. Gotta do a couple things here to get this ready for air. Ooh, I don't like that. I do not like that here in northern Perry County. I don't like that, the way that's developing. It is on the line, which would maybe limit the threat a little, but that is dangerous. That's very dangerous here as we're looking at things. Probably going to be producing a tornado pretty soon in there if it's not already. Nasty situation with that curvature there in the Doppler west of I-55. Take shelter now, please, if you're in northern Perry County, Missouri. The time to take shelter is now. Here indoor that area. I'm reading some of the statement there from the Weather Service in Paducah, but that could produce a tornado at any moment with little or no advance warning. So, gotta take shelter there as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. Some nasty stuff here in the meteorology world with this threat. Trying to get my bearings here on the Doppler because the angles are tricky with these counties. Sometimes really trying to keep family members up to date here. Okay, large tornado in areas there in Craighead, Cross, and Poinsett counties in Arkansas now. Let me go ahead and jump over there. Go ahead and jump over there. Bear with me here. The tornado warnings are the focus. Even though severe thunderstorm warnings, they can produce hail. You know, if my family members were to have the tornado warning, that's where I'm really focusing too. But I also got to focus on the big national storyline. Is that the one? Yes, it is. Okay, I thought it was. I'm looking at some things here. So that is in eastern Arkansas, northwest of Memphis, a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground now here, southwest of the Harrisburg, Arkansas area. That's, headed in that direction, it would seem. So you start to see that debris drop out. I got to load this around. Right in there, folks. Those last couple frames. Tornado headed in this general direction in Arkansas. So again, just, that's headed up kind of toward Jonesboro. Yikes. It's not good. That's not good. Not what you want to see, obviously. Again, continue to watch things. Again, I'm updating family members here, so if you're wondering why I get quiet for a minute, gotta update them here on the situation that's going on, impacting their areas, like a tornado warning in Perry County, Missouri. Take shelter now if you're in Perry County, Missouri. I know that's not what we're looking at here because this is a little more serious when I'm showing you with that debris there on the actual correlation coefficient near Harrisburg, Arkansas, east of Waldenburg, it would seem. But gotta update family here too. Again, just gonna continue to update folks here best I can. Again, so much going on here in the Weather Enterprise. Let's check this here. That should just be one area there. I'm gonna go ahead and come back on camera and see what else we might have because, focus on one, we got another one popping up real quick. So we have this area. You see one area rotates, and this is not confirmed yet. Let's see if there's any debris. It's hard to tell because the county has the radars here, but there's a possible tornado moving into Perryville, but then that's another area rotates, and it shows up on another radar. I'm looking at it behind the scenes a little bit better. That's kind of moving up right there in northern Perry County, right in I-55. I mean, as just before getting to St. Genevieve County, close, to some family there. So we gotta be taking shelter right there in toward that region. There's a chance this could be the more dominant one, but that one there, the way the radar's reading it, that could be problematic too. I would think the one around Perryville might be stronger if there is, one, there and then one in the north. But let me check my other radar because I need to go ahead and go back to that real quick because my other radar is showing it a little bit differently, quite honestly. And I'm using Paducah on that too. Weather Service agrees. They're saying multiple tornadoes possible within that warning. So it's a tricky situation. If I had to guess, I would say this is the more dominant area here. Especially looking from the St. Louis radar, looking up, it would show up, brighter there. Only if that was quite a bit stronger in the area to the north. But then this area here is kind of harder to see at this moment, but kind of up in here needs to be in shelter too. It's something that Weather Service is concerned about. I don't think that's diverted to the south. I mean, theoretically it could be, but that could also just be big hail right there moving in and just maybe on the north side of Perryville here. Again, just continue to track things here right now. And I see St. Mary proper and St. Genevieve County. They're outside of the tornado warning there, but even in northern parts of the county, got to take shelter. Another tornado warning to the south now. I don't know if it's going to pop right up on here, but it's for parts of Cape Girardeau, Scott, Stoddard, and Wayne counties. So, again, continue to track things here. Ooh, that is nasty for Cape Girardeau here. Now, we're looking off of St. Louis, so let me switch to the Paducah radar. I don't know if I love that signature at all. It wasn't warned until this. I'm assuming that's what it is issued near Puxet Coast. I'm sure that's what they issued this one. It'll pop up in a second. I did not like that for Cape Girardeau here next little bit as we're tracking things. As we're monitoring the situation. You see that circulation there. Trying to get a gauge in direction. Sometimes these will weaken in strength and sometimes they get down to ground or, try to produce longer. But let's see there. That's kind of on the back side of that one. That, it may not hold together this long. And it's hard. I'm trying to gauge this live here, and if I was like looking at another product, I could go a little bit slower on some stuff, but I'm trying to get an idea of direction, but we're honestly on the edge of the radar pretty badly. It may go a little bit different direction than that, but it kind of looks like it wants to go up toward Cape Girardeau, and there's a tornado warning now. You see the red box for Cape Girardeau, the metro there in southeast Missouri. So we're watching that. Let me go back. I'll pause this. Let me go back to the north now. You see around Perryville, that looks pretty significant in that area there. It wants to kind of go a little, north, obviously, with these county boundaries here. It gets tricky because of the angles these storms are taking. Just continuing here to check things. Need to come back on camera. So let me just check this. Very lone form situation. Ooh, that looks like that. I think Lewis Radar wants to say a strong tornado is coming in Perryville. Look at all these warnings piling up. My goodness. Not sure if I've seen this much before in these areas with these circulations being, not just the, quick spin up variety in some cases, I wouldn't think. Don't like that. The way this is tracking here is very tricky. I'm going to check some more information here. Just trying to keep an eye on the situation for family. Because the more predominant circulation is headed on the north side of Perryville. But I don't want people to let their guard down. Way up there in the very far northern part of the county either. Silver Lake to Perryville there, we're watching. We get back to Arkansas with these storms though, because these have been, more dangerous ones in general in terms of just the extreme danger. Particularly dangerous situation. As about 10 minutes ago, warning in play for Craighead, Poinsett, and Cross counties in Arkansas. And down in here, this is all by itself we're watching, but in this area here, particularly dangerous situation, we're watching around Elmira, Arkansas. So, 2 areas of just the extreme type of danger. I don't know if this one's showing up as bad as it was. I don't see the debris, really obvious in here. There may be, I saw something to the east, but it didn't look really obvious. We have this tornado here potentially in Monroe County. I know we have 21 tornado warnings in the country, so it's hard for me to stay on one for too long. So I kind of have to prioritize the best I can here. But let me get back up toward Missouri. Okay, so we're watching this new tornado warning in Randolph County, but again, really tracking that. Again, that one area here. So I'm pointed out this area, that's the more predominant. It could be something further up though, but this area here is probably producing a tornado on the north side of Perryville right now. Okay, they're saying a large tornado now for the Bullinger, Cape Girardeau, Scott Stoddard, and Wayne storm. So I'm really watching this up here for family, but down here, that's a problem for Cape Girardeau and the Metro. Next little bit. Again, trying to keep folks up to date here. Again, just watching things the best I can. Okay, continuing to track things here. That just got really tricky to see because of the way the radar is reading things. Okay, still continuing to track things. I know I'm looking at different radars and very tricky stuff here in the weather world. I know so much going on. Trying to update family. Right in the thick of things there. As we're tracking. This radar wants to kind of cut it off, but I had it a moment ago. Let me just say this to you. This is why they issued a PDS tornado warning for Cape Girardeau. Large tornado is looking at 9 miles west of Advance, but beneath the 50 miles an hour. See Zalma community there. It weakened a little in that latest scan, but Cape Girardeau got to watch for this to try to pulse back up on us here over the next little bit. So that's the one confirmed tornado at the moment. The others are not confirmed at this moment. We have 23. Yes, 23 active tornado warnings in the country right now. That is, I think, going back to April 27th and 11, I want to say there were 40 at one point, if I remember right. So, not to that pace, but this is not a fun day by any means. This is very unusual to have this many tornado warnings at one time. A lot of them aren't on the ground right now, but some of these tornadoes have been producing tornadic activity down toward the surface, so that's problematic. So, again, you see around Zalma there. You see that debris? That's, not overwhelming, but that's over 4,000 feet. So the radar's having trouble reading some of that because it was so far away on the radar there. Let's get back to St. Louis if you want to try to check Perry County accent, and then after that with that too. I mean, that says a little better accent. Like, if it doesn't say the debris, that'd be a problem. You can't tell because so far. That may be some debris on the northeast side of Perryville there. I know that it's updated. Let's see. Hard to say, which at least, I mean, that was, we had a tornado hit Perryville and you couldn't really tell one or the other before a couple weeks ago, though. South side of town. This is probably the north side of town, though. Give or take as we're looking at things. And now moving up toward Rockwood and Renfro. Okay, so that's starting to get a little bit better looking for west of I-55 now. So I gotta update family again. Again, similar to this near family lately, just a very active pattern with these volatile signatures on the Doppler. So those rotations now moving east to Interstate 55. And they have obviously moved east there now in Perry County. Just trying to let my family members know. Just letting them know that the tornado warnings will be dropped for their location soon. Trying to keep everybody up to date. As we continue to track, we have 22 tornado warnings. Okay, down in here on advanced, let's go ahead and keep looking at that. Zalma there. Gotta watch that. Okay, update now. Large tornado around Greenfield in Arkansas now near Truman. So let's get down here. Apparently producing again something a little more substantial. Is that okay? They're saying that's observed. Let's see. Latest update. Yeah, that's tightening up there. So apparently a visual one that's moving up toward the bay and the Truman areas. Let's move into ward. It looks like, let's see what road's that. US 63. I'm going to get back to the west here. We're on Lone Oak in Lone Oak County. In Lone Oak to Carlisle there. Got some wind enhancement. Not a tornado warning here. Some wind and some hail. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter size hail possibility. As we'll continue to track. Continuing to watch here on this Wednesday evening. Trying to keep an eye on the whole picture here. I know we have a little bit of lightning there. Moving to like Massac County. I think that's let's see, what are the warnings here? Looks like we got a warning on that one. Just trying to keep an eye on things there on Paducah. It looks like that's moving like west of the, and I know I've been switching radars. I got a little all the frames here, but that's going kind of west of Brookport there. But again, let's go back out to the west here. Trying to keep an eye on the situation. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So much going on, obviously. Just trying to get an idea on what's happening. 22 tornado warnings right now in the country. I mean, that is very impressive, not in a good way. You know, some storms in central southern Georgia, but the bigger story by far is out to the north and west. Got not confirmed large, but still a observed tornado warning here moving toward Cape Girardeau in Cape Girardeau County, or Cape County, excuse me. Oh, Cape Girardeau, okay. Cape Girardeau County. I know that area pretty well, but let's go ahead and continue to track things here. I don't see it as well defined anymore, but just gotta continue to monitor, continue to track here, obviously. Continue to give you guys the very latest. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So important, so imperative. Again, trying to keep everybody safe. Okay, continues for Cape Girardeau here. I think it's this morning here. Tornado warning for severe squall line capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. So multiple tornadoes possible in there. Now we've been watching potential for multiple tornadoes up in that part of the line too. So, you know, gotta be really mindful. But accident in this one moving east at 55, but there's a little bit of a northerly component as well. As you're tracking things. You see around Jonesboro. I have this accident to the south that's so substantial. Moving up Beta Truman. Okay, we got a tornado on the ground in Jasper, Richland counties in Illinois now. Okay, so what do we have here? In Clay and Effingham is where it actually is, but the other one probably got activated quicker for a different weather service, looks like. Because one of the west would be Lincoln, Illinois. The one to the east. Okay, there's also Lincoln. I guess maybe they're just updating one box and then having a confirm put on, you know, putting on a new box and then updating the one back behind. So, again, that's the storyline there as we're continuing to give you guys the latest updates. Over in Illinois, this is southeast of the community of Effingham, it's northeast of Mount Vernon. Just trying to give you guys some perspective here on what's happening this evening. On advance, we're watching that tight rotation. Okay, tornado warning officially canceled there for Perry County further up, so that's good news. We're looking there. Updating family again. Again, trying to update family once again. Again, updating family here. If you want to look at the phone here so long, just trying to make sure I give out the latest information. Folks on the go. Watching the area down to Cape Girardeau County a lot more significantly. At this point, I don't like that look at all. That's going to probably be a big concern here. Cape Girardeau, the warnings, yeah, good lead time during Cape Girardeau. So if you're on Cape Girardeau, if you're in a mobile home, you need to go ahead and get to a safer structure while you still have time. You still have a little bit of time there on Cape Girardeau in the metro. They're on I-55, so you need to go ahead. If you're in a mobile home, don't stay in that mobile home in Cape Girardeau, that vicinity there, because this type of tornadic weather could be deadly. It could wipe that mobile home away if this were to produce like the potential is there for. So again, not what you want to hear, not what you want to see. As we're looking down there and further down in southeast Missouri. Yeah, that's on the ground again. I could tell that's in far southwestern Cape Girardeau County, a tornado on the ground here. And it's generally tracking in the direction of Cape Girardeau. Generally tracking there with that hook. Scott City to Cape Girardeau. Not a good situation there on I-55. I'm just trying to get the angle on this. It may at times be going a little bit further east. Let me make sure I'm not misleading you guys, because it could be a little closer to Scott City depending on how this angles out. So we're just east of Advance, so some of these down to the south are taking, it would seem, it could be an illusion with the way the counties are, but it seems like these are taking a little bit more of an easterly trajectory. So let me go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here. So that would make me think maybe more like Delta's Chaffee and Scott City versus downtown Cape, but you got to take southern Cape Girardeau as well. So you got to continue to keep an eye on that. Okay, let's see here. Craighead, Poinsett, Mississippi, Plymouth, Scott, and Dunklin, large tornado near the community of Bay. We have a radar confirmed tornado Jasper and Richland and Illinois, Clay and Effingham. Those where that's coming from, it would seem. Okay, so we got so many of these now. I mean, this is coming in out of here, but see the Blytheville area in a PDS tornado warning. Let me go to our other radar mode here to kind of give you more live and raw scan. Okay, well, that's not updating, so that's a problem. The Memphis radar is 12 minutes behind on here, so we can't use that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get it off another source. Okay, that's updated there. Oh, wow, okay. We need to go over. This is why we got it, and we do have multiple radar sources. This is taking a turn for the worst here in the eastern areas of Arkansas, around the community of Lake City. They're in tornado emergency now. Okay, they're going catastrophic tornado. This is the first of the day. This is not our area. You see Lake City. This isn't Arkansas. Let me just show you Jonesboro for perspective. We have a Lake City in our area. That's not this. This is in Arkansas. A catastrophic tornado now moving up toward the Lake City, Arkansas area. A matter of life and death. A horrific sight. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. You need to take shelter there. That is terrible in terms of the debris signature. A large, destructive, maybe devastating event headed toward areas in Arkansas like Lake City. I'm going to zoom out. This is Arkansas. We have our own Lake City. I don't want folks to get confused here. I need to just double check some boundaries here. As we're live, we're on the fly. We have a catastrophic tornado now. This is just awful what we're seeing now. This is what we were worried about. This is in Arkansas, just barely. Eventually, maybe moving in that southern Missouri boot heel. Oh my gosh, that looks awful in our other mode here. If you know anybody in Arkansas, the community of Lake City in Arkansas, you got to call them right now. This could completely, level some of the areas near and north of town This is very bad news. We're talking about winds. I'm looking at these, off the Memphis radar, 115 one way, 90 the other way. This could be like an EF4 type tornado, approaching EF5. You need to take shelter right now around Lake City, Arkansas. This is a matter of life and death off the Memphis radar. It's so dense that debris is not even, showing at all because it's so thick. What it's picking up here as it heads in toward that area. The tornado emergency is for Lake City, Arkansas. Arkansas in, the Mid-South region of the country. A catastrophic tornado, I repeat. One of those EF4 types that you gotta really, if you have a basement, you gotta get there right now in Lake City, Arkansas. This is one of the more dire signatures I've seen in the last 5 years in meteorology. It's popped up, really intensifying so rapidly. A catastrophic tornado. This could literally level structures or even well-built homes. They could be leveled here into this area of eastern Arkansas. And it's passing on the north side of town. Kind of right there. It's passing State Road 18 and State Road 135. Again, this is in Arkansas, not in our area, so it might be missing the town directly, but it's going to hit something that looks like a business right in there. You know what? I'll go to Google Maps and just try to get an idea of what that might be. It's probably heading them now, so can't really give much of a warning, but I want to figure out what that is because it looked like I could kind of figure it out there. I'm sure the whole country right now in the meteorology world is Googling Lake City, Arkansas. This is in Arkansas here, folks. We have our own Lake City, but that's not what we're talking about. Look at our satellite mode here. Again, a catastrophic tornado in Lake City, Arkansas. Looks like the Delta Farms area. I may, I'm just doing this on the fly, so I got to double check, but that sure looks like the Delta Farms area to me. And it looks like a tornado is right over them right this moment. The Delta Farms area there in Lake City, Arkansas. A tornado that could completely level that area right now. Emergency. Tornado emergency here. They don't issue very often. Memphis office, issuing this right now. This is one of those tornadoes that could level that area there. It's missing the center of town, it would seem, but the north side of town around that Delta Farms area. This could be very bad. Very bad news. Right now, life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction, complete devastation is possible. Remain calm, but take shelter. Basement now. North side of Lake City, Arkansas. Get there now. This is one of the strongest signatures I've seen in the 2020s here in terms of a tornado. We could be talking about winds close to 200 miles an hour. That is devastating. That's catastrophic potentially here in northern Arkansas. This is very bad because we're so close on the radar. We know this is happening based on the pixels here. If you're further up, you're guessing. You're not guessing with this. This is very bad. And it's hitting these areas here, north side of town. Like I said, and I'm just double checking here. Yeah, it definitely looks like the Delta Farms area of Lake City, Arkansas because of the topography. We'll get a little more specific. That's where that's hitting right now there, and probably just hit in the last couple moments. Because that debris, this is where that is. And that is now passing them off toward the north and east. So, again, very bad news, and this is still staying on the ground, so we got to warn people, in the path of this, like they did back there in Tuscaloosa on April 27th. They saw the damage live on the air, but they had to move on to who was in the path next. So, again, you see everything in Arkansas, Lake City, Black Oak, and Monette here. And we're tracking this out toward the north and east. These winds, 105 one way, 72 the other way. That's winds close to 200 miles an hour, likely reaching the surface here with a multi-vortex tornado. Again, this could be like a rolling fork situation. Granted, I don't think it went right over the most populated areas unless it did so really early on here in this. It could have hit some of this stuff back out in here before the emphasis was there, but I backed this up. Because, we were watching how it's trying to get together. It wasn't something that was overwhelming necessarily looking at that point there at about 30 past the hour. But then around Bay, started tightening up, and now it just went right on through, ripping on through. And now it's headed up towards some of these areas, maybe in the Boot Hill, around Cardwell, Missouri. Be on the lookout for this. Leachville is, not in the most populated area at this point, but our rotation tracker is off to start with this. off the charts. Catastrophic tornado. Bay, their Lake City area, it was wrapping up there on Bay. I don't know how bad it was there, but I know you see Leachville. When we have this path tracker like this, the history, you can track it out better too. So, we have a catastrophic situation on our hands. We have that tornado warning up toward Delta and advance in Missouri. Let me just pop that up real quick. That's tight too. We need to pull safety tips up. Let's pull them up. We're going to go to those right now. Again, continuing to track things. Continue to give you the latest. Take shelter. Basement, basement, basement if you have it. The flood potential will be there later on, but right now it's probably not flooding, and that's where you need to be here to survive in some of these situations. Again, let's go ahead and keep on tracking here as things have taken that escalation, that turn for the worst here over the last few moments. I know we're watching multiple areas of very nasty activity here on the Doppler. Let me go ahead and try to redo this here. Bear with me. I'm going to try to grab another radar source real quick in our system. Trying to update some things. Trying to update some of the latest information for you guys, the viewers. There's so much usage of these radars right now. It's just making sure we get the updated information. I have to use another source sometimes. Okay, Cape Girardeau. Need to take shelter now in that area. Scott City to Cape Girardeau. I don't mean to yell, but I don't like what I'm seeing on some latest scans here. Take shelter now in that area. This is right around Delta to Allenville. You got to be there now in shelter. Dutchtown to Chaffee there. Take shelter immediately. This is a situation that could turn into an emergency. It's not quite an emergency yet, but I don't like how that's wrapping up. I do not like how that's wrapping up there. The debris tracker not showing it at the moment, but the way that's wrapping up, the way with the history on this, I am very concerned. I am very concerned here. The way that's reading that, with the way the history is with this. This could produce a strong tornado at any time as I'm trying to get the latest frames here. Very serious stuff. Okay, we got a tornado emergency to the south though. So we're going to go back to that here in a moment. Bear with me. We're jumping between radar. This is updating a little quicker, so we got to get these scans in. The tornado emergency looks slightly weaker, but don't let your guard down by any stretch. That debris signature looks awful, and that is catastrophic tornado emergency for Lake City, Arkansas. Still, you see it. That looks like it's headed right for Monette there on this mode. It's headed right for Monette. Take shelter in Monette, Arkansas, in that vicinity right now. We're right there, close to some of the state borders, but that's Paragould, Arkansas. Just trying to make sure, that we're in the right states for one here, because I don't want to confuse anybody in that regard. But yeah, that would be a tornado emergency there. That one, it does include a little bit in Missouri. And in northern Mississippi there, a county in Missouri to be precise. Okay, so we're going back and forth. This has gotten dire. This has become a dire weather situation. That's why we're emphasizing this so hard. This is not good stuff. Significant damage around Delta, Missouri now, we're being told. Just in the last few seconds. Significant damage there. That weakened on that latest scan a little bit, but there's significant damage. You can't. Scott City, Cape Girardeau. We're seeing more Scott City earlier now. Let's jogging kind of Dutchtown, Cape Girardeau, Gordonville, that vicinity. Please take shelter. If you're under a warning anywhere, take shelter today. Tonight, things are taking that turn, and you get that alert. Don't wait around for me to even mention what's going on. Just if you're in the red box, take shelter. We don't have time because there's 25 tornado warnings in the country right now. That's not good in a very remarkable way. So. Again, significant damage around Delta in Cape Girardeau County, Missouri. Let's go ahead and jump back down here. Okay. Doing the best we can with all these. Okay, north of Lake City, Arkansas, moving up toward Monette. I switched radar sources a little. Monette in Arkansas. Take those precautions. You see what we're talking about here. This is a big problem. Leachville area as well. Very dire situation. Moving northeast at 60 is a tornado. Okay, catastrophic threat. Okay. Over Monette, Arkansas. Monette, if that's another pronunciation for it. Okay, so checking some things here behind the scenes. Bear with me, very dangerous weather situation, obviously. We have a tornado warning back west now. Radar indicated as you're going out of Cabot and Lone Oak now. But that is, you know, kind of trying to get a little bit further out there in the overall storyline at this point in time. So continuing to watch some of this. That's not near as concerning, but have some family there. But it looks like it's moving further off to the east. Okay, let's go back to Alexander, Union, Cape Girardeau. Okay, so we're jumping between storms here on multiple radar, which, you know, makes this so dire in some ways too, because we can't just stay on one storm. Okay, so I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at everything the best I can. You see there on down to the Dutchtown. Got a super res correlation coefficient is weakened, but we see how things can change so rapidly. And when it's headed toward Cape Girardeau proper, you know, in that area between there and Scott City, yes, in that vicinity, you gotta take shelter here, folks. This is a general path on where it could head. You could alternate just a little bit one way or the other, but this is a very serious situation, obviously. A very serious situation as we're looking at things. Okay, yeah, you see it's kind of jogging north, and that's the problem for Cape Girardeau proper. They may go tornado emergency for Cape Girardeau if this ramps up anymore. They may. Again, still tracking everything best I can. So much going on right now with all these circulations. It's such a messy weather situation. Letting family and friends know. Family actually hearing this, what I'm doing behind the scenes. And folks know about a significant tornado that could potentially move into Cape Girardeau shortly. Okay. Nasty signature. I need to update this because a few minutes off from that now. Probably heading more into town like this if it's on the ground, which has a history of producing damage. You know, this could end up getting a tornado emergency if you start seeing the debris to drop out again. And this tightens the next radar scan, even though it's in a line. which, these parameters here, we had enough instability too, which is a problem. Getting everything just to get going here. Around Dutchtown to Cape Girardeau. Not good. Not good stuff at all. I'm going to come back on camera and try to get a new radar scan. It's taking a little bit to get some of these scans in here, which is problematic, obviously. Got quite a few tornadoes on the ground, and we had that tornado emergency there. We were watching around Monette, Arkansas. Also watching a tornado on the ground here in southwest Arkansas, though. That's a damaging tornado there, west of Bradley by about 7 miles or 19 miles northwest of Spring Hill. Well, that does not look good there. Tightening on up in far southwestern Arkansas. That debris, that's not all debris, that's some inflow, but again, continue to track everything here. Okay, around Leachville, this is very bad, that debris signature. You gotta be in shelter around Leachville there. In toward that area there. We're looking just south of the Boot Hill end toward northern Arkansas. So, Leachville, take shelter. I know the radar coverage gets a little bit worse out here, but look at the debris. So, I've been tracking around Monette. It's not quite as bright in that last scan, maybe, but we've been tracking it so substantially. Again, a dire weather situation. We have, let's see, do the math, 7 plus 18 plus 1 is 26 tornado warnings right now in the country, which is very bad news, obviously. Very bad news. This storm by itself way back in southwest Arkansas, tornado warned, confirmed tornado down there. Miller, Lafayette or Lafayette in Arkansas, that county. Nevada County, Arkansas, Columbia County, Arkansas, and then Caddo and Bossier parishes in Louisiana. We're just doing the confirmed tornado warnings right now. There's so much happening for what were confirmed. Damaging tornado Lee, St. Francis, Crittenden counties there in Arkansas. Damaging tornado in Frank Francis and Cross counties. Okay, damaging tornado 8 miles east of Harrisburg there. We have the tornado emergency we've been talking about here. We've been watching, confirmed tornado over Cherry Valley or 9 miles north of wind. Some of these could be for the same storm if the warnings get issued by different offices, but they've, been watching the tornado emergency up here. There's a considerable tag. It may have changed this to see from catastrophic to considerable. I don't know yet. We have, of course, toward Cape Girardeau. I gotta go right back, circle back to that here very quickly. Just a moment. Okay, so just jump back up here. Please take shelter on Cape Girardeau. Very dangerous situation for you guys there. We're gonna, we're working our system so hard here. Hopefully it doesn't crash on us because I'm going between so many modes to try to keep an eye on all these storms that are so serious looking. Let me see what I can find on some traffic cameras around Cape Girardeau right now. I-55 MDOT, or not MDOT, MoDOT cameras there. We can use those. Okay, let's go ahead and try to go to some of these. Let's try to pull it up here. In Cape Girardeau, put it behind me there. Cape Girardeau I-55 there. This is a MoDOT camera. We're able to use these since these are traffic cameras there from the Missouri Department of Transportation. So again, this is a live look around Cape Girardeau, looking for a tornado there. I'm going to keep looking at some other modes. I just saw somebody driving there through that, but let me go ahead and I'll close that camera. Keep looking. Okay, let's look at the sky. This is their, a different, broader vantage point here toward mile marker 92. I just saw some flashes here on this. It's in MoDOT, Missouri Department of Transportation. I know I'm kind of in front of the logo because of where I'm sitting at. Let me just, for just a split second here, since, I'm on camera, I need to just make sure you give proper credit. So let me just take myself off the screen just for a second. You see the MoDOT emblem there to some degree. So this is Missouri Department of Transportation. As we go and put myself back on now. Again, a lot of flashes here as we're looking. as we're looking at the situation. Hopefully that's all lighting, but some could be power flashes as we're tracking things there in toward Cape Girardeau, in toward that metro. Okay, folks, trying to drive in this. Let's get right closer into town there with the traffic cameras. MoDOT, Missouri Department of Transportation. Again, this is right north Cape Girardeau there, US 61 at Route K. Trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on with the potential tornadic situation as we're looking at things right now. Particularly dangerous situation there. You see all that sheer tight rotation. Get back on radar. Not a tornado emergency, but it's not, far off of it. As we're tracking, very tight spin coming right up into town here, folks. Please take shelter. We weren't 100% sure, because of the angle on these, but coming right into town there, coming right into our Cape Girardeau and right across. I'm seeing some of the latest scans, maybe moving, on the east side of Cape Girardeau and starting to cross, the river there, Mississippi River, in the East Cape Girardeau here. Just got a gust of 59 miles an hour to Cape Girardeau Airport just now. So we're just continuing to track all this. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to another mode. You can see the greens and the reds there and the pinks, bright winds. They're tasting, not quite as strong as it could be there, but still a substantial situation. So make sure you continue to take those tornado precautions. Again, just continue to try to keep everybody safe and informed here in this type of situation. So there's your precautions again. We'll try to keep an update on everything. Getting the damage reports there out of like Delta, Missouri Emergency Manager 747, 751 train spotter there, getting a tornado report 2 miles southeast of Dutchtown, Missouri. May have weakened a little as it got into Cape Girardeau, but it's hard to say for sure as we're waiting word here on this type of situation. Coming back onto camera now, meteorologist Casey Cloud again. We currently have, 23 tornado warnings in the country. I've been watching Cape Girardeau carefully. Now, this is a couple minutes behind, but let me just check to see what we might have on. Let's go back to that, what we've been tracking that tornado emergency with. Okay, it's downgraded to PDS, which is considerable, not catastrophic, but still bad enough. As we're looking Leetsville to Cardwell, and now it's moving up toward Hornersville in southern Missouri, and that Boot Hill, Missouri now. We've had a tornado on the ground with this for a while. That threat, radar coverage gets iffy out here, but the debris is not as iffy. I mean, it's still, either it produced so much damage, it's still taking down. It could still be on the ground in Leetsville to Hornersville, and then maybe toward the Rives and Gobbler community, potentially here over the next little bit in southern parts of Missouri. Okay, we're getting a report of the Advance area now in Stoddard County. There's now a report from emergency management, back that up, law enforcement precisely, of one injury and a home destroyed, an injury from a tornado on Advance back there in Stoddard County. As we're looking at things here, you see where Stoddard County is. And we were watching up into the Advance community with that same storm, I think here, but we've got so many tracked, on the air, but I'm pretty sure it's that one that's moving into southern Illinois now. Okay, we're watching stuff here popping. Let's see, that's a tornado warning that just popped up further off toward the east. With that, just the last few minutes. Just trying to get my bearings a little bit. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. I was just watching around Paducah area. That was a little bit off toward the west, though. That tornado warning when that popped in. Had so many of these. They're just popping one after another. That was all by itself. It's going to be an issue further up in like Gallatin County in Illinois. So we're just going to have to keep watching, keep tracking. I know we've had a lot of damaging tornadoes trying to get the updates. Okay, so I know around the fire station there in Cape Girardeau, tornadoes reported at 7:02 Central Time. Just a few minutes ago, getting that report now, coming in right now at 7:07 Central Time. As it just moved on through. Got tornado watches everywhere, tornado warnings in a lot of spots. Let's kind of recap. See tornado watches all the way from northeast Texas to Arkansas there, northern Mississippi with the PDS and the purple, and then western central Tennessee, even in Nashville with that PDS watch at this point. Western Kentucky. See Evansville there and southern Indiana. So again, just continue to track things there. You see, this was on the ground on and off through Cape Girardeau. Hopefully it wasn't quite as bad in town as it was toward Advance, already destroying a home and causing an injury. But we were looking at some of the traffic cameras a moment ago around there trying, we saw a lot of accident on the cameras. So some volatile conditions there for sure, but that's probably, this one's a couple minutes behind with Tri-Station Tracker, probably starting to move off into far western parts of Illinois into like East Cape Girardeau and the like there. So again, continuing to track things here. Let's keep on checking, keep on tracking. Okay, so around Leachville is still pre-signature, the last check. Oh, that latest scan there just updated on me right when I switched. That's still, let's see here. I don't know if that might just be lofted debris at this point. It's hard to say for sure, which would indicate more of what had happened earlier. It could just be the flow there. I think this might be, if I pull it back, I might have what's left of debris signatures. That's weakened it quite a bit right now. We gotta watch for other areas here. That might have been debris there. Let me go ahead and check some more sources. Eventually, if so many of these together, these are probably gonna start, as we get later on and lose some of that heating, these should start to kind of become a little more linear, and these storms will just be kind of sucking each other's energy here off a little bit, meaning they're not gonna be, as strong. They're gonna fall apart to some degree. Could still be prolific rainfall producers, wind producers, and embedded tornado producers, but that should start to eventually eliminate that violent tornado threat like what we saw there over Lake City in Arkansas a little while ago. So again, just to continue to watch it. That gust there pretty strong on Cape Girardeau a little while ago. We're watching all these discrete storms though still, like that's around Clarksburg, Tennessee. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. Trying to keep you safe and informed. This adverse weather situation. So much going on here, obviously. Just trying to stay on top of everything. Just checking all the sources here. Just a one-man band. Trying to stay on top of the scenario. Again, very dangerous, volatile of the situation. Okay, so still getting all the updates. Okay, so we've been watching some of these different areas. Just so many warnings. Again, you're seeing here from north of Shreveport, Texarkana area up there east of Little Rock. Looks like some flooding reported there in eastern areas there from Little Rock and toward Pulaski County. You see northeastern parts of Arkansas and in southern Missouri, that Boot Hill with the tornado warnings, we had that tornado emergency a little while ago. That's not in play right now, but I'd like to see Arkansas area, that northern part, so impacted it would seem based on the indications. And the tornado around Cape Girardeau we've been talking about there as we're tracking things. I know this storm here is getting a little north of the state line there of Kentucky and Illinois. I know, and it looks like the, let's see here, so we're going to go toward Butler County, Missouri now. The Culin community, 4 miles south of there, power poles down and roof damage to 2 structures. Okay, large and extremely dangerous tornado continues, located apparently near Ware. As we get into North Illinois or near the trail of Tier State Park, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Again, very serious situation here. I know we have okay tornado warning in Bowling Green area now. As we're looking into worse parts of southern Kentucky. I know we have so many of these. You know, they'll pop up, and sometimes if they're not the most dangerous ones, I don't even see them. We're just so inundated with warnings. But this is a tornado warning moving up toward the Bowling Green area, Simpson and Warren counties. Radar indicated right now, but could be around Bowling Green pretty soon. They're in that part of Kentucky. Then we have tornado warnings all the way up there north, you know, northern Indiana, all the way south to South Bend, Indiana, with radar indicated tornadoes. We had all that wind damage. Michigan on Sunday, and tornadic weather, and an ice storm, you know, northern Michigan, going back a little bit earlier on in the timeline. But you see all these tornado warnings just absolutely everywhere here. There's 25 tornado warnings in the country right now. 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. Alright, we had some severe thunderstorm warnings actually, a little surprisingly earlier in South Georgia, a couple of them, but those have weakened there, those storms. That's really tight around Canfield. Okay, Canfield. Confirmed tornado as of a little while ago with that storm. But we're watching that around Canfield and Arkansas. That's really tight rotation. Right over Canfield. And maybe, you know, on the ground there. Haines to Forest City. That's radar indicator was confirmed though with that cell a little while ago. As we're looking here, becoming a little more messy maybe. Cross our fingers. That means it's a little bit harder to get the more, you know, enhanced tornadoes. Because we could have definitely seen, you know, in that Lake City, Arkansas area, maybe an EF4 type tornado in the Wardell region a little while ago, which is very severe, very tragic potentially. As we go ahead and keep looking at things here, keep checking all the Dopplers. You know, moving up there in Union County and Illinois, check that. Okay, let me double check my boundaries here. Alexander, Scott, and Cape Girardeau canceled, but Union County, Illinois, yes, you're still under this tornado warning. You may still have a tornado that's trying to, you know, trying to recycle on this here. Kind of recycle. And as we continue to check, Wayne County, Illinois. We have a tornado warning around Terre Haute. I normally would be a little more on top of the, you know, big city under a tornado warning, but these are just everywhere. You know, it's like, I mean, just absolutely everywhere, all these warnings. And I'm trying to prioritize the confirmed ones. So those, you know, have the ones that, you know, the potential to intensify quicker there, obviously. Into something really, really bad. If they're not already, but Terre Haute tornado warning right indicated in that area. In Indiana. Southern Illinois here we're watching off the Evansville radar. Wayne County. You see getting toward Wabash County there as we're looking there north of Evansville in Indiana maybe, or is that's southeast Illinois, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. But you see this track here, that tornado that went toward Cape Girardeau. I don't know if it was as bad as it could have been right into town, but you know what? There's some ways for me to check. I'm just going to search social media here to see some of the information. I know I interned in Cape Girardeau about 10 years ago now. It's been a while. You know, they're KFBS 12, and there's so much going on trying to stay on top of everything best I can with this historic tornado outbreak, it would seem. Again, continue to give you the latest. I'm going to check here. Social media, I can't like show you the stuff I see off of here. And generally, cities have live traffic cameras. We could say from MoDOT. If you back up the stream, we're going to see some of that. But just trying to get the latest update. Get dangerous stuff here. Just trying to effort the details. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on this weather situation on this Wednesday here, this Wednesday evening. Continue to talk through things here with the ongoing scenario hour after hour because things are so volatile. So again, just trying to let you guys know here what we're tracking, what we're monitoring. You know, we have to just stay on top of things because you see up toward Jonesboro in parts of Illinois this time we have that rotation, and it looks like that's on the ground again based on that latest debris track. There moving up toward the Jonesboro, Illinois area this time around. So again, that is not good news, obviously. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things, I'm trying to effort some information here. It looks like I'm just gonna kind of look through it myself. There may have been a tornado captured on KFBS Live there just a little while ago based on reports. I can't confirm that yet because I'm looking at that kind of far away here actually on the screen. But I'm just going to keep checking here, just trying to keep an eye on the situation. You know, I know that tornado around Lake City, Arkansas, the debris signature was so bad. May have had debris up to about 30,000 feet, which is just awful there around, you know, Monet, Arkansas there. Serious stuff. Serious situation. Oh boy, I'm looking at videos of that tornado around Lake City in Arkansas, and that's some of the scariest tornado video I've ever seen, quite honestly. What happened there and toward that area. That's a monster. I can't show it to you on the air. It's not my video, but if you search Lake City tornado, which is just in Arkansas I'm talking about, of course, not in our area, but it's very large. It's just, you know, getting closer to sunset. It's a very ominous video. Maybe more ominous than we had that EF4 a couple weeks ago. Pretty ominous video that, but these videos are just awful of what just happened there in that community. I'm hoping it, you know, oh my goodness, these videos are just remarkable of what just happened there in Arkansas. I don't know if I've ever seen a tornado that up close before. My gosh. Again, what just happened there in Lake City, Arkansas. I'm hoping it, you know, went around, you know, folks that where we had the most population. But, you know, that could, depending on what it hit, and we hope it didn't hit enough to be able to judge, quite honestly. We may have just had our first EF5 tornado in the country in almost 15 years there in eastern Arkansas, around Lake City, Arkansas, a little while ago. These are some terrifying videos. I don't know. I mean, these look worse than that. You know, the Tuscaloosa tornado we had years ago. I haven't seen a whole bunch of video of the Joplin tornado. It kind of reminds me of that. A lot less populated area than that. But that's kind of what that tornado in northeast Arkansas reminds me of. Not the Cape Girardeau stuff, even though we're watching it. You know, it's just the radar coverage gets so iffy in here. Right now, let's see, is that just radar indicated now in this? It is down all the way to radar indicated. Unlike the one further up toward the north. So again, and it's observed for Jackson, Johnson, Union, and Williamson in southern Illinois. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Again, if you're just tuning in to the coverage, let me just kind of recap for you. I mean, that is, you can kind of see on radar as it loops there. And in the videos, I knew how bad it was on radar. That this is an upper echelon type tornado, EF3, EF4, maybe EF5. We had at least an EF4, folks. We may have just had our first EF5 in the country since 2013. That's how bad this looked here on the videos. And based on radar, I haven't seen the damage yet. So hopefully, that's how we judge it. We hope, it didn't hit the structures here that have the more population. But if it hits a mobile structure, then it's completely gone. And we're going to be in a territory here we haven't, maybe been in a while, possibly, if the rating system does indicate this was an EF5 tornado here. The videos are just absolutely terrifying. An incredible tornado potentially just moved through areas there in northeastern Arkansas, east and north of Jonesboro, just south of the Boot Heel, Missouri, a little while ago. Absolutely tragic it looked like there based on the images. I can't say this to you on the air, but those were some of the worst images I've ever seen of a tornado in my life. I mean, I've seen coverage of tornadoes in documentaries, and that's, just going back when maybe people were trying to stay away from them, and I can't believe what I just saw, to be quite honest there. I just, hopefully, I know it hit some areas, and we probably have injuries, and sadly, we could have fatalities, and that's just awful. I'm hoping somehow we mitigated that because the where it was hitting was less populated. But and this, the accident moving up into the Boot Heel now. But that was a terrible tornado on Lake City, Arkansas. Just absolutely horrific. What I've seen there on that storm over the last little bit. Cape Girardeau is still bad enough. I don't think that was a tornado for the history books there, but it could have definitely been very serious. Even in town, we had injuries off toward the west there around Cape Girardeau. So again, high risk, high impact, high danger here on your Wednesday on this April 2nd, 2025. It's going to go down in history. It's going to be a fateful day here for some folks in their history, in their life, in weather history here after what we've just seen. So again, I'm not trying to be over dramatic about if you just search the videos of that tornado. I'm not even listening because we're on the air, so I can't. But if you just search on Twitter/X, I can't sue them, but randomly, it's bad. It was really bad. I mean, it's as bad as I've seen. It looked worse than the Tuscaloosa tornado in 2011. I think that was an EF4. We had a lot of EF5s that day. I think that was a high-end EF4, but, those views of it reminded me, and it was a lot less populated today, but it reminded me maybe of the Joplin tornado back there in 2011. I was in an EF5 tornado. So, again, not good stuff here. Let's get back on over to the Doppler. We have everything looping. We've been with you. We've been talking consistently. I don't think we've taken a break since 6 o'clock because it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. I've had to update family here at times on things, and I need to check some stuff right now because it's been talking so long. Let me check in the word parts here of Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky here around Paducah. And then we're seeing here around Jonesboro and Union County. I don't know, that was a little while ago. I need to get a new scan because that's running too far behind. We do have another radar source that I have to go to sometimes because this does not want to update sometimes because there's so much uses on it, but on the radar source. But here we go. So this is going to be north of Anna. Let me go to high res debris tracker here. Bear with me. Again, still tracking this all. That's probably a tornado down there. I'm having trouble getting a debris tracker. There we go. Yeah, that's probably a tornado down north of Anna, Illinois right now. So a dangerous situation there. I'm going through my list. I'm trying to see. So, okay, so reserve tornado on this one down here in southwestern Arkansas, way down there. It was looking bad. It looks pretty bad down there. Let's move into ward areas in Arkansas, like the Waldo community there. Not our area, but in Arkansas with this national threat. Again, continuing to track things here. Going through all the different details. Some serious stuff. And there's our tornado carved into Anna in Illinois. And, we have a new tornado warning getting further out. Angles, could include Marion. We'll see with the threat they are under the warning. So, gotta take those tornado precautions, obviously. Let me see here. Columbia. That's the one we're already on there, down in southwestern Arkansas. Of course, that's the different boxes with these, so. Okay, this one here, we've been tracking. It's back and forth. It's just different boxes, and there's a way we have these organized. So right now, we have some serious weather. Could still be deadly here, in the ensuing moments. It doesn't look quite as bad as it did here a little while ago. That doesn't mean it couldn't take that turn for the worst again. It's just based on the, the population density impacted on Cape Girardeau, a little less than, in the impact, maybe a lot less really, even though there's a lot less population, but a catastrophic tornado down there in northeastern, eastern Arkansas, around the Lake City, Arkansas community there a little while ago. So there's, just a ton to keep tabs on here in the weather center. I'm talking about 2.5 hours straight. I mean, we've been kind of taking, breaks in the way we talk. But look at that. All these reports of the tornado that went toward Cape Girardeau advanced. Home destroyed, injury there. Significant damage around Delta there in Cape Girardeau County, around Dutchtown, train spotter, reported a tornado. Then we had impacts east of I-55. Tornado reported at a fire station there in Cape Girardeau. Fire station number 1. I know we were looking at some traffic cameras. We couldn't quite pick it out for sure, but there was a lot of weather action there that didn't look great in toward that area. So we're right now down to 17 tornado warnings. When we started back there on 6, we were starting to uptick, but at one point before we only had a 1 tornado warning after we had like about 10 or so, but then we went up to about 25. Now we're down to about 20 or 17 tornado warnings to be precise. Continuing to check things here very carefully in this type of situation. Again, just a one-man band trying to stick with this as long as I can here. Again, sitting down because it's such a long-form situation here. Not as long-form maybe in a way as what we had a couple weeks ago because the woolly breaks at times, the tornado threat maximizing nationally. But there's going to be a flood threat that eventually comes into play that could be catastrophic toward areas in this general region that I'm showing you the tornadoes now. By Saturday, after everything adds up, will be more power on Saturday, maybe even a significant threat of severe on and off. We could have terrible flooding. Some of these areas that get hit by the tornadoes so bad. It's not good, folks. Not good. One of the biggest weather stories of the year in this event, maybe one of the biggest of the decade here in 2025. So, again, very, very serious stuff. Very serious situation. As we've continued to allude to. You see that purple? That's a PDS tornado watch. Particularly dangerous situation. That big shaded area until midnight Central Time. That's 1 a.m. Eastern there. So, again, that's kind of the storyline with that. Okay, so we have tornado warning down here. Shreveport office, that's radar indicated a little while ago, but just trying to double check our alerts because that's once it was confirmed there. So many boxes. Yes, confirmed in there still as the last check. Of all these in eastern Arkansas. Look at all these. Red, radar indicated, purple, confirmed. We had the emergency, of course. Just have to keep checking because it won't update. That's this radar indicated now, but it was an emergency earlier as we talked about. Okay, that one's not concerned listed on the ground. That one neither. But some of these storms capable of producing like baseball size hail. So that's not good, obviously. If you're on Sykeston, there's a tornado warning there. This is Alexander, Mississippi, Scott, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties. You see areas north of Paducah. We're not, right around Paducah, but north and west. Up here, there's a tornado warning around Vienna. You have the confirmed tornado. We've been watching, that area there around Anna. We're watching Marion with that confirmed tornado box. This tornado warning storm by itself moving right toward Evansville. There's been a funnel cloud reported in Gallatin County, Illinois. That's not good. That's a sign this could try to produce right on Evansville. Western parts of Memphis under a tornado warning. This rogue storm, we got to watch it here very carefully. So by no means are we done here tonight. No means are we done. So again, let me keep checking here. And let's check that Evansville storm. It doesn't look really tight yet, right this moment. but it has a hook, obviously, and at a funnel cloud could produce as it gets up eventually into Vanderburg County. They're in Evansville. So, again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. So, we're at 7:31 Central, 8:31 Eastern. But we don't have, just the most clear signature that I'm aware of a tornado ripping through a, highly populated area. We're going to try to catch our breath if I need to, and I very well may need to pop back in before the top of the hour, which is 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, then I will. But otherwise, I'm going to catch my breath here. We're going to plan to do that for a little less than 30 minutes to the top of the hour, but if something comes up, a tornado emergency, then for sure we'll be on the air immediately. But I'm going to loop the radar around. It's a broad picture of it. People to see the threat here, obviously, as we're continuing to track everything. A very, at points, dire weather situation this evening. A very dire situation at points toward portions of the heartland, toward portions of northeastern Arkansas, especially. It's one as bad of a tornado I've ever seen in videos on social media there, behind the scenes, looking at them here just a little while ago. So, you hate hearing about this stuff. You hate seeing lives change forever like this, but that's what's happening, no doubt, in some of these communities tonight. I'll be back here just a little bit more, by the top of the hour, but could be back on sooner if it is necessary here, as we have such a volatile setup over multiple states. So keep it tuned here. I'll be back in just a little bit. So for now, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. But I'll be back by the top of the hour at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern as we continue to watch this tornado outbreak situation. Just catching my breath over the last little bit, but we still have numerous tornado warnings. Not 25, but we have 13 right now, so still a lot. One of those, as the last check, and I'll double check it now again, we had some updates in the last few seconds. Confirmed tornado in southern parts of Illinois. This is Marion off toward the east here. So Marion off toward the east. I'm going to stop the loop. Oh, we moved away from that, I should say. You know, we're watching that move up toward Harrisburg, Illinois. Over the next little bit, that's the history of producing a tornado with that storm, and may very well still be producing a tornado after that debris signature a few moments ago. So, nasty situation there. Let's go ahead and keep looking at things. Let's keep looking here as we're tracking some more of these. You see these bows. We're going to watch this area moving up toward Paducah next little bit. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. And it's always important to stay on top of things here. Always important to stay on top of the situation. And then we have this storm here in Weakley County. This is concerned with up toward Mayfield. And they have that tornado history there that's so ominous over the years. And it's just a bit thunderstorm warning right now, but it's all by itself with the rotation, so we got to be very mindful of it. And we have all these tornado warnings around the north of Memphis there in Tennessee, so we got to be very mindful of those as well. Okay, there's, update on the tornado warning for Carlisle, Ballard, and Mississippi counties there, Missouri to Kentucky. I'll look at that in a moment, but this one right here, it's got to be watching. I'm hoping as these storms start to become just so more in a line and discrete, or semi-discrete, that's going to help us out here some. But we shall see. We shall see here. Okay, so this is now confirmed tornado south and west of Paducah now. About 8:01, a severe thunderstorm confirmed. Try that again. It's not just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, but it's a confirmed tornado located 7 miles southeast of White or 7 miles southwest of Bardwell, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Wickliffe and Bardwell, and then Lovelacetville here potentially in the path. So again, just continuing to track everything very carefully, and then you see Paducah, and we're going to have to watch some of these areas here around Carroll, Illinois, and on the northern edge of this tornado warning at this present time. But let me go ahead and check rotation tracker. Weakley County is going to see hail to about 1.75 inches in diameter. Well, it's a pretty big deal there. Just trying to monitor the situation. Just checking the latest updates here on everything. Still high risk. They're still going with a high risk Storm Prediction Center for the tornadic activity. So they're keeping that going here because of the danger. This tornado outbreak. This is a historic day that some folks are never going to forget. So impactful. We still got danger. We still have the potential for injuries and fatalities still remaining here. They look ahead in the hours to come. Hopefully, the worst of this, in terms of the strongest tornadic activity, maybe EF4 plus tornado there on Lake City, Arkansas, maybe that's behind us. I hope it is, but it may not be for sure. We got to pay attention. We got to pay attention here as we look at things. North of Memphis, you see, again, we're watching around Paducah. You see Marion, Illinois, Harrisburg, and Illinois. We're watching these areas very carefully. High risk means the potential for high impact, obviously. And further back, at least for tonight around St. Louis. Now, we'll be watching days to come, but tonight, just, clearing on out there now. That's great news. As we're looking here, St. Genevieve, they're clearing out, and areas further off, even Perryville, it's just light to moderate rain, but the tornado watch canceled further back, so they're doing a lot better there now. As we're looking at things, I see reported Scott County Metal building destroyed there a little while ago. As we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring the situation, I know moving up toward Paducah, confirmed tornado though. I don't see a whole bunch with it as the last time on radar, but it's right near the radar site, so it makes it a little harder sometimes. Let me check here. Another source. It's radar confirmed, There's so much, uses of these radars here tonight. Sometimes it gets a little bit iffy on some of these frames are a couple behind, but yeah. Let's pull this up. I'm going to pull this up on our other mode here. I'm going to pull this on up. You see west of Bardwell in Kentucky. That's probably where we're tracking a confirmed tornado. What are they saying here? They're saying, you know, southwest of Bardwell a few minutes ago and it's moving northeast. So let me kind of zoom out a little bit with this. I want to try to get a better look with Paducah into perspective. Just an idea maybe where this could head. Paducah and even into southern Illinois at some point. So that's just an idea. There's another one up here though. This could be an issue as well. And right toward that radar site. It's another area of rotation. As we're looking at things. You know, I'm just continuing to track this. Continuing to monitor. Continue to give you the latest updates. I need to update some family on some of this. So there's your tornado safety tips. I'll go ahead and throw those up. Bear with me. Again, dangerous situation here, obviously. Again, when I don't talk, I'm having to do some things here behind the scenes. This very dangerous, dangerous weather situation. As we continue the coverage. That tornado warning for Paducah. Now, in effect, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Bardwell. Northeast at 60 miles an hour. Ballard, Carlisle, Graves, and Livingston, McCracken in Kentucky, and Mississippi. In Missouri, we're watching, we're tracking. So we're getting reports. I'm just looking here at Cape Girardeau, KFVS reporting on social media that the city manager is asking residents to stay home and do not drive around. He said they have roads blocked by debris, but no significant injuries are being reported right now from that tornadic activity there, at least. So that's good. As we continue along here, continue to track. Again, continue to monitor things. So active here in the Weather Center. Again, updating folks behind the scenes as we're doing earlier on now toward Illinois, Kentucky. Just bear with me, all these tornado warnings in effect. Again, getting all that latest information, latest data here in toward the Weather Center. You're watching all these different areas of spin. Again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. Trying to stay on top of this weather scenario. I know in Obion County, Tennessee, reports of golf ball size hail there. The Kenton area. 1.75 inches in diameter. Again, just continuing to keep you safe. You see these spins here west of Blandville. Gotta be really careful, gotta be really mindful of what could happen over the next little bit as these move off toward the north and the east. This is a general idea, you know, movements here. Let me track that just a tad bit further north based on some stuff I'm seeing here with our tracks. So I'm just going to go a tad bit further north on these tracks. So maybe something like this with one of the tornadic signatures here on the Doppler perspective. And then maybe here with this one, maybe closer into Paducah. So maybe it could be one in Paducah, one in Metropolis, in southern Illinois there. So again, that's kind of a storyline as we're tracking things right now. I know Brookport and Illinois will have to be on guard too, as we're looking at things over the next little bit with this. That's radar indicated. Oh no, okay, that's observed. So we have so many different things here. That was actually an observed one. I didn't see a whole bunch there, but there was some type of confirmed danger with that, confirmed damage potential with that based on debris tracker. So let's come back on camera. Currently, let's see, we have 14 tornado warnings, so it's still a lot on the board in the country here at this time, at this hour. All these hail reports over 2 inches in diameter and the leg not fun either. You see here in southern Arkansas, we have moving up toward the Camden area, radar indicated rotation. Some around areas there in the eastern part of Arkansas, around the Clarendon area. Radar rotations north of Memphis in eastern Arkansas. And then you're seeing Caruthersville to the south. We're watching some radar indicated rotation. Another area spin moving there just east of Mayfield, Murray area there. You have another spin on this line as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here. Bardwell area, that, you know, was confirmed actually. And then we will talk about this in a little bit, but the Harrisburg, Illinois one, we did have a confirmation up there a little while ago. So again, just trying to stay on top of things here the best I can. I end toward the Weather Center. I'm looking at all my different sources if you're wondering what I'm looking at, even checking, you know, updates here or different things that they come in. Family members potentially being impacted and the like. So let's go ahead and pull this up here. We're in Harrisburg in Illinois. That didn't look as volatile maybe off the Evansville radar right now. We still got to remain aware. We got to remain alert here for these rapidly evolving conditions toward these warned areas here. So again, just continue to track things. Hardin, Pope, Saline, and Gallatin counties. Again, tracking things with radar indicated rotation on Evansville. Moving up into parts there of that region further north. Indiana here as well with some rotations, so that's cause for concern. That's a confirmed tornado now north of Indy. Uh-oh, that's a different area here, and that's pretty tight looking. Pittsburgh to south. As we're tracking things, that is a confirmed tornado 13 miles west of Indianapolis, now moving northeast at 65 miles an hour, and that's moving right up toward I-74, Interstate 74, and then maybe Interstate 65 as well, northwest of India. Confirmed tornado now on the ground. So that's, you know, cause for concern there as well as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening here with this very volatile weather scenario. It's a very volatile weather situation. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here with what we're dealing with. So about trying to stay on top of these. Obviously, these are so dangerous, so significant. Just trying to make sure that we keep you guys informed with these different areas of spin, these different areas of rotation. So many of them there, even the Heartland and the like. I see Mayfield around Graves County there. Report of a funnel cut 8:10 Central Time. Just the last few minutes. That's up in here. As we go ahead and keep looking at things, keep tracking them. keep giving you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening with all these tornado warnings that are on the board here at this hour. So much going on, so many storms to track. You know, with that confirmed tornado warning now up in Indiana, there's a tornado watch even into Ohio now. You know, all the way up to Cleveland, Columbus, to Cincinnati. I'll switch over to that mode. Tornado watch over there now. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. It's tight rotation on Avon, Indiana. Damaging tornado there. Just tracking all these areas of spin and trying to keep you safe. So for right this moment, I'm going to take a break, catch my breath since we don't have just something extreme. Let me say that storm in Indiana because that's close enough to Indianapolis that it could be a problem that tightens up. See if we have anything like particularly dangerous situation on that. I don't see it right now, but you could be, off that interstate there, Pittsburgh to Speedway, which I assume is where the Indianapolis 500 is played every year. You don't want to be on that roadway right now or that area. That's interstate, of course, number 74, and interstate number 65. 65 further to the north. We are right over Brownsburg. As we zoom in tighter there, we have probably a tornado on the ground right over Brownsburg in parts of Indiana. I think that's where one of the players for, as we're looking at things, Butler, one of the big players for him, played years ago in college basketball. Just coming to mind there. Pretty highly popular area as we're looking at things. But again, continuing to track things there on the Doppler. Continuing to give you guys the very latest. We're going to keep tracking that. It is on the ground there in that vicinity. So you got to be taking those precautions, obviously. And that's, that segment within that line coming together being problematic. So we're going to catch our breath back in just a little over 10 minutes unless we need to come back on sooner. I'm going to run that looping radar again here through so you guys kind of see the progression. I know it's sometimes hard when we're just further out on the view, and you can go to gladweather.com/radar for interactive look at things we're not on to. If we're not, zooming in on stuff, you can at least see it over there. If there's something really bad, I'll try to come and bring it to your attention here as we're tracking things. Okay, actually I need to do something else real quick. Okay, so we have a new tornado warning now. Okay, so the ward parts of the Paducah area, we now do have a new tornado warning for like Brookport and the like. So you take your precautions there from Paducah, highly popular area over toward Metropolis and up toward Brookport. New tornado warning there. So watching that, in that region, watching Murray, Kentucky tornado warning. Including Callaway County, parts of Callaway County, up into Benton and Marshall County as well. So very busy, very active. And one more, about 10 minutes. If we need to pop back in sooner, we will. But otherwise, we'll be back here in about 10 minutes with more weather information. This very volatile weather pattern here as we continue to track the dangerous storms on the Doppler technology.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the bottom of the hour looking at all the different Doppler perspectives here. Let me go back to the looping perspective as we try to give you guys the very latest information on exactly what is happening here. I know, there's so many warnings, not as many as earlier, down to 9 tornado warnings. We had about 25 earlier, but 9 is still a lot, and we're still very busy here, sitting down just trying to guide you through it. That national storyline, and it's not, a one-day thing. We've talked about it before, that flooding threat's going to mount in the days to come towards some of these different communities. It could be very substantial as we're looking at things ultimately, just all piling up, and then it could be a situation here as we're looking in toward, like, in the weekend, still more severe threats on and off. I mean, over the next couple days, and then even in toward, like, Saturday as well, when folks are trying to watch, like, the Final Four on TV, maybe more tornado warnings come across here in toward this corridor, or maybe it's a little south of this at points. But again, continue to track everything. It's 10 tornado warnings at the moment. We're talking about a confirmed tornado 11 miles north of Indianapolis in Indiana right now, Hamilton and Marion counties. And we have a tornado warning. That's now a radar indicated, this purple one. And we have some other tornado warnings there toward areas east of Pine Bluff, radar indicated. Camden areas there in Arkansas, radar indicated. Camden up to about Fordyce. And then you have Massac, Pope, and McCracken right around Paducah, Brookport, and Metropolis. And it could have some problems here on your hands as we're looking here at some of this tornadic potential. It's right at the radar right now, so it'd be hard to see, though. I thought I saw something that didn't look good as we were looking here. Yeah, that looked like something trying to develop right at the radar. That may be a tornado that's down going right over the radar side, and that could get right into southern Illinois here in just the next few minutes. By the time we see this next, it could be producing a tornado over here and trying to get right into southern Illinois, into Massac County. But right now, we'll be in McCracken County. Could have a tornado in there. We have this storm north of Murray coming on up there. That's, a problematic one, of course, and not what you want to deal with, obviously, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. We're watching stuff north of Evansville, radar indicated at the moment. And let me move back just a little. I see my chair, a chroma key. For you sitting down, we're not used to doing that, so it's kind of messing with the chroma key just a little bit. But again, I'm continuing to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's going on. We have this tornado warning here north of Evansville, east and south of Princeton. So just again, continuing to track things here. You see on Indy, 80 winds are a little while ago. That's significant, very, very significant. 80-mile-an-hour winds around Indianapolis. And that, is not what you want to see, obviously. A very highly populated area, probably going to cause a lot of power outages here in toward that area. That is very bad news for them as we're looking in toward that region. I know something we have not done in a little while, or really that much here, honestly, is the power outage map. I'm going to check it at least on my sources so I can kind of give you the latest. I know I'm checking all my different informational details here. Again, let me just go ahead and go through everything. Go through all the details here. It's volatile weather scenario. Over 18,000 customers in the dark in Missouri. As we're looking about 37,500 according to Power.US in Arkansas. Almost 18,000 in parts of Mississippi. So I know just continuing to track all this here. Just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Again, just trying to make sure we're on top of it. Illinois, almost 17,000 customers in the dark. Indiana, over 44,000. And then as we get toward like Michigan, they're still recovering. I mean, they've had some wind issues in that vicinity, it would seem, but they're still recovering there from ice, and that was earlier in the period toward that weekend, kind of. It was Saturday and further back, but then we had a wind on Sunday in southern Michigan. So all those power outage issues there, obviously, very noteworthy as we're looking toward these spots. Tornado warning north there of areas like Hampton and Arkansas there. You see here on DeWitt, Arkansas, radar indicated for a city. Take your tornado precautions. Already had Wind damage reported in that area in St. Francis County, Arkansas. Radar indicated rotation north of Atoka, up to Ripley, up you see Dyersburg, and then you see south of Union City, around Martin. You see Murray with a hook on that. They're not confirmed right now, but you got to be careful. This could be down around Paducah. It's hard to say for sure. And we had this one that was confirmed. We have this one here. Tornado warning north of Evansville, around north of Boonville, radar indicator. We had to confirm tornado north of Indianapolis there. So it is a heck of a mess here tonight, as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest on the details. Let's kind of go in here. Okay, tornado on the ground over Paducah now, over Midtown Paducah. I thought we might have had that. It's near Park Avenue. Tornado on the ground in Paducah now. We have a tornado on the ground in Paducah. Take tornado precautions. I hope you have already, but a radar confirmed tornado now in Paducah. Take shelter immediately. A confirmed tornado. I see him moving east, but I don't think that's it. I think it's moving up toward Brookport, give or take. Let me do calculations really quick, then I gotta update some folks again. I've already been letting them know. Yeah, I don't like how that's setting up. I've seen on another radar here, pulling out my phone, to be quite honest, to let some folks know. I kind of need to hurry with this because this is really wrapping up. This is really wrapping up there, moving up there, Paducah, Brookport area, it would seem. And we'll just kind of, we have, you know, two different areas here. So we got to be kind of, you know, it's a little tricky, but KFBS, by the way, now reporting one confirmed dead between Advance and Delta, Missouri from the storms. Not what you want to hear. Again, trying to give everybody the latest here behind the scenes, too. Again, dangerous situation. Right at the radar, so it makes it a little harder for sure, but there is a debris signature with this. They have confirmed it at the office in Paducah. They said a tornado going down Park Avenue there, or at least very close to that, in Midtown Paducah. So that's not good. Not good at all. As we're tracking things here, we're so close on the radar. You know, some of this is debris and some of it isn't. I have a feeling it's up here and that's kind of going there, but it could be, you know, a little further down in this area because they're so close on the radar side. It makes it very hard because there were more than one spin. So you kind of see that one there, and then this is, you know, right in here. And it's just very tricky in here as we're tracking the overall situation. This is probably rain wrapped if it was, you know, going on in this area. I know new tornado warning for Caldwell as well as Livingston, Creighton, Lyon, Marshall, and McCracken counties in Kentucky. So we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is going on here. What is going on. Again, it's kind of, you know, right in here now, right in the Paducah Brookport area right now. It's latest scan. The scan before had it a little bit further out, but that corridor kind of just moved on in there. So nasty stuff for sure. Nasty situation. So we have these other tornado warnings as well. I'll go ahead and put the tips up real quick. Under the tornado warning, you need to make sure you're seeking shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So, dangerous stuff here, dangerous situation as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. So again, let me go ahead and get back on camera. Here we have that PDS tornado watch, still particularly dangerous situation. Okay, final cut earlier in Graves County around Mayfield. And then we just have numerous tornado warnings here. Okay, observed tornado now near Reedland in Kentucky. So let me get my bearings on that. I have a feeling it's down, yes, on the southern edge of this now. We already had the confirmed tornado in Paducah, going kind of toward that north and east. Now a different area of spin, it would seem, emerging in this, maybe becoming a more dominant spin, possibly. It's hard to say for sure, but again, just tracking things out around Reedland to Ledbetter. Another tornado on the ground now there, a confirmed tornado located over Reedland, according to apparently maybe that debris product trying to pop that on out. A weather spotter actually confirming this one, and it's headed toward areas close to Calvert City, Ledbetter, Eddyville, Cresswell, Marion, Farmersville there in that vicinity. We had already the tornado confirmed around Paducah and Brookport. Radar coverage just makes it, you were so too close on the radar to be quite honest, but there was a confirmed report based on debris. It's just, it was, right in there. And it's hard to pick out on the fly. I'm sure if I went back and studied it, I could do it. But that's two of our confirmed tornado warnings there. The other two, let's see, those are both in Indiana, I think. Let me see. This one's confirmed here. Had been, still is, Madison, Hamilton, and Tipton counties in central Indiana. So, tornado warning, tornado confirmed north and east of Noblesville. As we're tracking this, as we're tracking it here, as we're giving you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on. We had a terrible tornado around Lake City in Arkansas earlier on, one of the worst, visuals that I've seen in a while, quite honestly, looking at things, just you hate seeing stuff like that. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. I know, just checking here. All these different spins, all these little hooks still trying to come into play. Such a busy, volatile weather situation. This tornado outbreak, obviously. Had so many reports. Let me see how many SPC tornado reports they put in the system. And then this is going to update. It's going to get higher, I'm sure. But let me just look here. So far, and so far they have 11, but it's going to be higher, probably quite a bit higher than that. Of course, we already had that terrible report from KFBS there in Cape Girardeau, a fatality out to the west of Cape Girardeau, apparently, in that vicinity. Confirmed tornado warning now for areas in Indiana, Gibson, Pike, and Warwick counties. A tornado near Spurgeon moving northeast at 50 miles an hour on the ground now, getting that information from other source. I know, just looking at things, we even had wind damage in our area today, which is surprising, honestly, in South Georgia, one little area there. We had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier on there. We were watching on Coffee in Irwin counties, that vicinity. But, okay, we have that confirmed tornado now. Let's go to the Evansville viewpoints. Let's get up to Evansville. So, they're now going 2 confirmed tornadoes here. Let me pull it up on our other system. This isn't updating fast enough here in this volatile of a situation. At least some of these are not, all standing out. Which, when they stand out, they're really, really bad. But these are now both confirmed, so I'm going to see what I'm talking about. It's a lot easier to see on this mode. Right in there, give or take. That's where this would likely be. I need to go to the higher res on here as well. You don't see it really well defined, but this one here looks like, in this area here, northeast of Spurgeon. You can kind of see it there. So these aren't the most well defined, thankfully, but it seems like we have some tornadoes on the ground. That's, 2 of them there with the warnings in play. So we're tracking things. One of these areas of that rotation, tornado warning observed for Wabash, Wyden, Illinois, Gibson, and Posey and Vanderburgh in Indiana, and then another confirmed Gibson, Pike, and Warwick in Indiana, and then Paducah office updating tornado warning for the area further back. I mean, they're in charge even way out toward Evansville, but they're updating here as we're tracking things. We're on Calvert City now. They're saying confirmed tornado over Calvert City. They cancel McCracken out of that one, but continues for Caldwell, Crittenton, Livingston, Lyon, and Marshall in Kentucky. Tornado over Calvert City, apparently. It's not really easy to see there, so hopefully it's on the weaker side of things, but we have to just remain weather aware, obviously. I know in Edwards County, I don't know what's a sign of things to come, but around the Albion area, apparently reports of water flowing over roads, or at least a road, and into buildings. Could be a lot worse, though, in the days to come, unfortunately, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things and the like. So. Again, still trying to give you guys the latest updates, looking at some things behind the scenes. So many tornado reports that I'm looking on my sources. I know it just showed only about 10 or so I told you about, but there's way more when I look at some other reporting sources here. I mean, some of those are the same tornado, granted, but still, it's a very volatile situation, obviously. Very volatile stuff. Trying to stay on top of it. Trying to keep people and folks safe. Again, we're here in the Weather Center for you guys. So about trying to stay on top of everything. Trying to be here for you every step of the way with this big, big national story. A deadly tornado outbreak now at this point. As we continue to watch things. Again, still looking at the latest data. So that area of rotation is kind of moving off at this point. I'm going to come back on camera. Okay, so just so much happening here with all these. Let's get back to the other mode. Okay, so we have this up to 15 tornado warnings again. You talked about the confirmed tornado on Calvert City. Confirmed tornado there on Noblesville, north of Indy. Confirmed tornado there. At least maybe multiple confirmed tornadoes toward that White, Illinois, Wabash, Illinois, Vanderburgh, Indiana, Gibson, and Posey, Indiana area. Warwick, Gibson, and Pike confirmed tornado warning there, and then all these other red boxes seem to be a radar indicator at the moment. So we have several tornado watches. Some of these, these go all the way to like 4 in the morning Eastern time to ward areas in Ohio. Like Cleveland there, Columbus and Cincinnati and the likes. We're not necessarily planning to stay on that long, of course, with the coverage here, or maybe not even radar stream, but we'll monitor the trends that, depending on how things develop next a little bit, we may start going more to radar coverage as we look ahead in the hours to come. But not yet. We're going to have another update here at the top of the hour, maybe even more than that. very well could be more than just the 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central update. But we'll kind of play it by ear, see how things are trending in about 10 minutes, and talk with you then. So keep it tuned here on Cloud Weather. I'll be back in just a little bit. You know what? I need to pull up let's pull up the enhanced video really quick. I gotta run a loop on here. It's gotta load the frame, so it's gonna take a second. But we may have had an EF4 plus tornado around Lake City and parts of Arkansas. Not in our area, but in Arkansas earlier on. Very serious stuff on the Doppler. Very serious video. It wasn't the most populated area, but it packed a punch. It looked awful. I mean, just everything. That's one of the worst signatures, combined with the videos I've ever seen in meteorology. I mean, I'm talking about, we've had tornadoes that, just been just the worst of the worst here in the country, like Moore and Joplin and Gerald, and the like here. And that was similar to that there on Lake City, Arkansas earlier tonight. Maybe less populated, but still very, very serious looking. But it's going to be the damage that determines it. The winds are, the estimated winds will be determined based on the damage. So we'll have to see more of that and see, the less that got damaged, the better. And that, for folks and their lives, obviously. But still, it's something that, if there are technically better structures that get damaged, that can lead to the higher rating, or if they're not enough really well built structures in an area, then you may not get the highest maximum rating if it's just not possible, which is an interesting thing there in enhanced data scale. But that's something we're watching today to come. I just had some tornado warnings in Wisconsin even earlier on. Really never got a chance to touch on those, but funnel cloud reports there, southern Wisconsin even. That's just the scope of all this from Texas to Wisconsin today. We've had tornado warnings in the country, which is remarkable and not in a good way here. So we're going to keep you up to date. We'll be back here in about, 8 minutes now. We got that loop going. I'm looking at all that data. This outbreak situation. I'll move it down just a tad. You probably can kind of see some of those boxes turn red in like Wisconsin. Move that over a little bit. Our computer's working hard. I'm working hard too, and I'll be back here soon with more. I'm going to pop back in before the top of the hour a little bit, otherwise I'll see you in about 8 minutes or so. Keep it tuned here for the latest developments.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It is 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern, trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is going on here with this weather situation. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of loop this all the way through. We did already, and kind of go ahead and now pause this. So we have 10 tornado warnings on the board in the country. That sounds bad. It is pretty bad, but we had 25 earlier. 25 tornado warnings that were active at the present time earlier on in the timeline. So it's been very busy. And that tornado around Lake City in Arkansas, we're never going to forget it. It was, just terrible in so many ways. Looking at the Doppler perspective, we've had, even KFBS there in the Cape Girardeau market reporting at least one fatality there with that tornado that was moving through there, but when it was off toward the west in toward southeast Missouri. So that's kind of a storyline there. I'm sure we're going to hear more reports of injuries and probably even fatalities based on everything I've seen, but haven't had a chance to go through a lot of it here since we've been on the air for so long with you guys. But looking at all these different storms, like in southern Arkansas, tornado warning on Fordyce there. We have more severe thunderstorm warning now versus tornado warning around Memphis. Those are still dangerous, don't get me wrong, but that's better than the tornado warning. Didn't report multiple trees down east of Forest City there, in Madison County and parts of Arkansas, and then Crittenden County, Arkansas, and Overton Semi there at mile marker 18 on Interstate 55. So not what you want to hear. 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail, the current threat toward Memphis. As you look toward the north and east around Ripley in Tennessee, you have a tornado warning in effect, radar indicated rotation there. More southeast of Union City, another area, potential tornado south of Mayfield. We've had tornado reports around Paducah. Emergency management reporting, one around, areas around Reedland, but we had a report of a confirmed tornado warning for Paducah. We're also now just in out of Massac County in Illinois. This is areas there around Shady Grove, 1 mile east of there, that little icon indicative of a vehicle turned over, but luckily no injuries with that. As we go off toward the east here, we have more tornado warnings on the board. Calvert City area, Eddyville. Calvert City right now, not actually under one, but there is the east. And then you have that confirmed tornado warning there. Confirmed tornado 7 miles west of Eddyville. That's moving there northeast at 65 miles an hour. Evansville area, confirmed tornado box here. That is still a confirmed box. And then we have Princeton there. Poseyville to Princeton. We have Jasper. We have severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado. And areas further off toward the north of that. And then a confirmed tornado warning earlier on northeast of Indy. And it's now radar indicated, I believe. No, it's still confirmed. Okay, it's still on the ground. Had winds of 87 miles an hour reported earlier around the Lapel community there in Indiana. So that's a report of a barn and shop destroyed by winds in Gibson County, Tennessee. Because we have to jump all around here because of everything going on. But let me go ahead and keep looking at things, keep tracking them the best I can as we continue along here. As we continue to track things. So many areas of concern. Trying to prioritize the observed tornadoes. Northwest of Muncie, Indiana there. Well, there's your debris right in there. Let's go to the other mode of this. North of Yorktown. On a Richter scope source there. We have a tornado warning for parts of Caldwell, Crediton, Livingston, and Lyon counties. That was confirmed. I don't see as much off of this. Maybe something in there. Let's see. No, that's further back. So we'll be back here on Eddyville. Or maybe a little something. It waxes and wanes, but Evansville, that confirmed tornado warning. We're not seeing anything really obvious, but we just had a gust of 64 in Evansville, 64 miles an hour. And maybe up in here, moving toward the Elberfield area now. You see another area of rotation there, northeast of Armstrong. As we're looking toward into areas in Indiana. Of course, we already said about the area there north and west of Muncie, Indiana. Okay, it looks like a few, maybe less tornado warnings. Let me double check. I'm looking at a different source. No, Weekly County, Tennessee, a large tree blocking the highway 431 causing a vehicle accident. We don't want to hear about that, obviously. You know, that's always dangerous. As I keep checking things, keep tracking here in the Weather Center. I know I've been on so long here, our wall wants to kind of key out my chair just a little, but again, as we continue along, the way the colors are, a little green in here, I guess, trying to show up. But as we go ahead and look, Fordyce, that's a really strong circulation south of Fordyce in southern Arkansas. Then again, we're watching here south of Dyersburg there, rotation, a lot of rotation on Martin, Tennessee. Some orders around the area southeast of Paducah still. You got some thunderstorm warnings about Paducah East. That's moving off though for now, but we'll have more building back tomorrow. Some of these areas, a lot of flooding threats in play. Okay, confirmed tornado located near Eddyville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Just continuing to give you the latest updates. Just trying to let you know what's going on. New tornado warning, Gibson Pike, Vanderburg, Warwick, greater indicated tornado warning. For that, let's go to the Eddyville area though. We still got to stay weather aware even through the night. Even when I'm not on you guys, if you're in or near tornado watch, make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. It's very important. I don't, see the debris right here, but it may be trying to pop in. There's some rotation. A lot of it's becoming a little more linear, but, that can limit a strong to violent tornado threat, but there's definitely still a persistent threat for tornadoes, and there still could be a strong one or two in here as we look ahead still. Even a violent one can't be ruled out in an isolated area, so we still got to be careful. We're here about 5 hours into the stream at this point. What I think I'm going to do here, and I see now, confirmed tornado warning, Callaway, Lyon, Marshall, and Trigg counties in Kentucky. Confirmed tornado located southwest of Benton near the Callaway County line, moving northeast at 65. If we get, more significant tornado situations, we're going to come back on here with you guys in the stream. But instead of being on here, at least every half hour, which at one point was for 2.5 hours straight, from 5 to 7:30 Central Time, give or take. We're just going to come back on if and as needed. We're going to run the radar on the different platforms: Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather. Of course, we'll get into the tornado emergency like we had earlier in northeast Arkansas. I'll be back in a moment's notice, and other cases if it's necessary as well. We're going to monitor the trends, but no more half-hour cut-ins. So in theory, this could be the last update of the night, but decent chance we'll still have to pop back in if things escalate here to becoming a bigger national story again. We still have confirmed tornadoes here in some areas based on indications that these become, more significant, or obviously any tornado emergencies indicating the catastrophic damage potential for a tornado. We'll be back on immediately, but you got to stay weather aware. All these yellow boxes, which I'm about to show you here on this loop, tornado watch zones, all the areas here with these warnings, red or purple tornado warnings. The purple stated area is the PDS tornado watch where the greatest danger has been, really at. So you have to stay weather aware. And near any of these boxes, as the end of the loop comes up, you'll see what the current is all the way into Ohio, Cleveland, Light, Cincinnati, as areas in between as well. Dayton, I'm sure, is in there too. And as we're looking at things tonight, as we're tracking things here in the Weather Center, new tornado warning in Tennessee, by the way. Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, and Weekly. Possible tornado located near Chestnut Bluff, or 11 miles southeast of Dyersburg. So we'll be back on at a moment's notice, here in toward the Weather Center. Here if we see something really substantial. Some of these stories, more local for the local markets here, obviously, to cover, as we're looking. But some of these situations are so dire, we have to let, and meteorology enterprise has to let the whole country know about how bad things could be. That's what we've been doing for the last 5 hours. We'll be back on it if we need to be. We're going to keep the stream running probably for another 3 hours or so, give or take. And we'll pop back in if we need to. The radar running. Try to zoom into areas if we see something really substantial here popping up. By the way, reports from earlier are starting to cycle in now into ward parts of Craighead County in Arkansas. Major roof damage to the West Side School Gymnasium 4 miles south of the Bono community. So a lot of damage, a lot of cleanup to come, injuries, fatalities, you know, a fixture of this event for sure. We already had at least one reported, and I'm sure there's probably more. I just haven't had a chance to go through it, but KFBS there reporting at least one fatality west of Cape Girardeau with that tornado warning storm that we were tracking there earlier on. So, you know, it's just not a good situation here with all this severe weather. Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody impacted with this historic tornado outbreak that, you know, some folks are never going to forget. And we still got days of severe weather potential. I mean, this isn't it. Sometimes we're done. You know, it may be done with our coverage tonight, but we're going to have to watch the threat for tornadoes in Arkansas and areas, you know, in around here in the days to come. You know, Friday, Saturday, maybe lingering to Sunday. And that, maybe Sunday starts to push closer to our area and into Monday next week, which would be a little lower by that point. But so much flooding is possible, too, there. Memphis, Paducah, that area could be catastrophic. I mean, we're seeing all this right now, but then we're going to get more and more and more of it. We could really have, you know, terrible river flooding. We could have, you know, roads washed out. It reminds you of maybe some of the hurricanes we've had here in Florida, like Central Florida, for instance, all that flooding they've had. But maybe on a worse level because these areas can't take this much rain. We could be talking about, you know, just areas completely underwater. Maybe even levees breaking in some of these communities here because they just can't handle all the rain that's coming on in. Cars could get swept off the roads. People, you know, can't be driving through that type of water when they can't see how deep it is because that can lead to fatalities. Remember to turn around, don't drown. So important, that mantra from the Weather Service and the Meteorology Enterprise. The new tornado warning just came up. We're back up to 15 or maybe even 16 or 17 tornado warnings again as things go. And they might cycle back when we get to 15, you know, mark here in the hour. But we just got 2 of them now for Caldwell, Creighton, Hopkins, Webster, and Kentucky. And then these are all radar indicated for the 2 I'm mentioning. And then Weekly in Tennessee. So it's not fun stuff, but we're going to keep tracking. We're going to keep looking. Let me just make sure none of these are PDS tornado warnings. If any of them are, I'll need to stick with this a little longer. We won't necessarily come back on for a PDS tornado warning, but it'll, you know, be a strong consideration. But any tornado emergency is an automatic, you know, continuous coverage here within this stream or another stream if it's later on in the night. So unless it's just crazy, you know, way at, you know, like 5 a.m. or something, we just have something terrible pop up and, you know, it's a situation that's just so long term as possible. You know, I'm trying to make sure we keep our eyes on it, but so hopefully we'll be on top of that here as well as we're going to be watching the days to come too with all these flood emergencies that I'm sure will start to come out as we look towards some of these different spots here in toward the United States. I know it's been a terrible April 2nd, 2025, and we're just continuing to track everything here. We're going to keep the radar running. That does it for now. I'll go ahead and pull up the tips, the tornado safety tips. Real quick, just reminding everybody what's going on. You know, just make sure you're seeking 730 building, getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, something like that, a football helmet, something along those lines. So very, very important considerations here to keep in mind. So, very serious stuff. We'll be back if it's warranted, and again on this stream, very well could be. You know, in these areas, if you have a tornado warning, you really still need to be paying attention and taking shelter and watching those local affiliates that are going to be no doubt covering the situation for those local concerns. But if we need to pop back in for something really of a big deal here nationally, we will from the Weather Center in this tornado outbreak. But for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud signing off for the time being. I do see now there's a tornado on the ground in Weekly County, though. Let me just look at this here real quick. That's in the heartland in Tennessee there, western Tennessee. I just want to make sure it's not anything just overwhelming there. Let me just look there. Yeah, Memphis office issuing that. So many different alerts here as we continue to track things. I'm just looking here still. Trying to get my bearings. Dangerous situation. Okay, so that's moving into like areas there south, just say south of Mayfield, but kind of, moving up toward the Murray area. So I'll have to watch that here. Looks a little bit. Let me go ahead and show you that real quick here. So you see this, that's a debris signature, an observed tornado. And that does kind of move up toward, Murray State University next little bit. Hopefully by then it'll be weakening out. So that's an early heads up there in toward part of that area. So this observed tornado warning, even getting into where it's not just for the west, but you have Callaway, Marshall, Trigg, and Lyon counties into this. So that's the storyline there. As we continue to watch, continue to track. So if things really ramp up here in terms of this very significant tornadic activity, stronger tornadoes being more evident, and the more concern of something like a PDS warning possibly will be back on. But if it's an emergency, we'll be back on for sure here in the next hours to come on this stream. So we have the air stream going here probably for the next few hours. Keep watching, keep tracking Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. That does it for my, talking here for now. But we'll be back here in the timeline in the hours to come as conditions do warrant, and if conditions do warrant to be, a national level type of cut in. Stay safe, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in Northern Center, breaking back into our stream. We were hoping we could just kind of go to more of a radar stream, but we're seeing an escalation now. Once again, some different things happening with interactions and the like here, potentially toward western Kentucky. Potentially large tornado moving toward Murray now. A significant debris signature, and this is, heading in the direction of Murray State University here in western Kentucky. A particularly dangerous situation, not an emergency yet, but highly popular area, potentially impacted in the heartland, so we thought we need to come back in on here. Callaway, Graves, Marshall, and Trigg counties, so 10 o'clock, a considerable threat. You see here considerable damage likely occurring. That's a substantial debris signature here as we're looking at this in parts of western Kentucky. So again, we have a particularly dangerous weather situation as we're looking there in western Kentucky. A potentially large tornado moving up toward Murray, Kentucky, and Murray State University here. So not what you want to see, obviously. Not what you want to see at all here as we're tracking things. Again, Murray, Kentucky. You need to take precaution. This is a large tornado that was located near the Linville community, or 8 miles southwest of Murray, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So, again, Murray, Kentucky, and western Kentucky here. We need to go ahead and take those precautions. That's a little weaker. That's a little bit of a good sign, but we can't, just take one frame for granted here that this is weakening. I think it may be. These type won't stay together forever, but just the way that spun up there, you kind of, I can only go back a few frames on here, but that progressing up toward Murray, you may need to go and stay on the air until it gets past Murray in case it tries to spin back up. Hopefully it doesn't, but you just never know here in this type of setup. So we had that observed tornado warning there, and then we're watching some radar indicated ones in the country, but again, this is the Callaway, Graves, Marshall, and Trigg, particularly dangerous situation. We have Caldwell, Credington, and Lyon for the east that's observed, but that's not what we came back on. We're watching some stuff over there to the east. Got to be careful, don't get me wrong. So it can be dangerous, especially for that local level, but when you have a university like Murray State in the path of a potentially strong tornado, you have 2+. In the heartland there, we got to really be on top of it. After everything we've already had, a tornado hidden, according to initial reports, maybe Paducah. Tornado hidden Cape Girardeau, apparently, to some degree in parts of town. Deadly situation further west with that. We had a horrific tornado in northeastern Arkansas, around Lake City, Arkansas. One of the worst tornadoes, some of the worst video I've ever seen of a tornado. Some of the worst debris signature information, coming out on overall radar and data, and not just information from the debris, but the velocity. We saw gate-to-gate shear, in play, the rotation, the winds close to about 200 miles an hour, showing up on the technology. And now, just sent out a few minutes ago, a picture over Twitter, so that's actually retweeted, a picture from a meteorologist in that region, northeast Arkansas, just total devastation around Lake City, Arkansas, just tragic. Just everybody my thoughts and prayers as we go ahead and continue to look at this situation. Again, around Murray there. Around Murray. That's weakening the debris for now, but it was strong a minute ago, and it could tighten up with the debris. Say tighten up. We have 25 one way and about 60. That's only, 85. But it was higher than that a minute ago. That's still, if it was a local tornado warning in our area in North Florida, South Florida, that'd be a pretty big deal, but it was worse a minute ago, quite a bit worse, in fact. I need to zoom out maybe to show you what I'm talking about here. Not going back all the way. We have 38 there and 50. And, there we go. That's kind of what I wanted to show you there. So that's 55 and 60. So that's over 100 miles an hour. As we were looking about 10 minutes ago with the winds, 100-mile-an-hour winds aiming from Murray. The current scan is getting closer. You see that bow there on this. It still makes me nervous, and that maybe like a minute behind the radar reflectivity. So it's coming to Murray here soon. Particularly dangerous situation. Murray State University, Murray, Kentucky. Take those tornado precautions there immediately around Murray, Kentucky. This is a particularly dangerous weather situation. As we go ahead and jump back over here with our tornado outbreak again, getting into your room away from windows. We're under a tornado warning. We currently have 13 of them in the country here at this present point in time. So, a lot going on still at this late hour. All these tornado watches lined up from Arkansas to Ohio. You just gotta make sure you're ready to take those precautions. But 2 minutes ago, Murray, 2 miles west-southwest Callaway County, a train spotter reported a tornado on the ground, headed toward Murray there in Callaway County, potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado based on indications on radar here in previous moments. So again, folks need to take shelter there on Murray, Kentucky, Murray State University. Very serious stuff. Take shelter. It's headed right into town. I mean, it's not that big of a town. I mean, it has a college, university, Murray State University, but they're looking at things. I want to say it's the Ohio Valley Conference for sports, but I know they've changed some of those recently, so I'm not 100% sure. It might be, maybe it's the Missouri Valley now. I know they keep changing some of those around, but again, just continuing to track things at different conferences, different teams. But that's a pretty big school, but it's not a big town overall. In the heartland, confirmed tornado moving in there. It's weaker and weaker on correlation coefficient, but what if this tightens up right over town and you have a whole bunch of debris being picked up and the tornado's hitting town and you can't warn people? It's too late. So sometimes that can happen. If this happens, it'll spin up, but if you already have something on radar, you want to make sure you're really pinpointing it when it's coming like right into town like that, coming right on in to the Murray area. So again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to give you the latest. Continuing to give you the details here. That's weaker, but still noteworthy. We had that confirmed report a few minutes ago, so we can't let our guard down here by any stretch in Callaway County. So again, I'm trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's going on there around Murray, Kentucky. A particularly dangerous situation there. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Rain raft as well, which makes it even more dangerous if it is still on the ground. Spotter reported it. So I'm a little surprised he saw it. There could be some debris in town because that's from 30 past, 32 past. So there's probably at least something, whether it's the debris from a moment ago still showing up, that's still often was enough to still, sustain itself in the signatures on radar. Or it could actually be something over town. Their SoCon is considerable, and it's right over town now, right over Murray. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Particularly dangerous, and let me pull that in here so you can see that. Observed considerable, not catastrophic, but considerable, right over Murray there right now in western Kentucky. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest. I mean, it'll be right. If there is something actually still with this, it has weakened a good bit, but if there's something right with this, it'd be right over Murray. Considerable damage, Callaway, Marshall, and Trigg counties. Large and extremely dangerous tornado located over the Murray area. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on this type of situation. So important to do, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. Let me jump back here. Just bear with me. Checking some of my sources. Again, trying to keep you guys safe. Trying to keep you guys informed. Let me just check here. Okay, so it looks like we're getting a report out of Ballard County, Kentucky now in the Gage community. Terrible stuff coming out of there. Multiple structures damaged, multiple snap power poles and trees. 4 injured, 1 person in critical condition there in Ballard County in western Kentucky. Not what you want to hear. Not what you want to hear. There's more bad news on a terrible night that, is going to be etched in the history of the heartland and, in severe weather for years and years to come in the meteorology community. If we keep checking things here, we currently have 13 tornado warnings in the country as we kind of look here. One southwest of Pine Bluff. See some Smith Anderson warnings around Memphis. You see some stuff east of Union City. A confirmed tornado around Murray, as we've talked about for a while. And you see more of these red boxes, meaning radar indicated tornado warnings here as well. But let's say here, This is in parts of Carlisle County. Tornado, grain bins damaged a little while ago, barge tops blown into trees. Tornado there in McCracken County. Another tornado report in Massac County. We had a tornado around parts of Murray area. We had a confirmed tornado in Callaway County. The Ballard County tornado. I'm looking for that because it was at 9. I gotta back it up. Okay, a little bit here. Let me back this up just a little bit. I know it kind of flickered around, but just want to try to give you guys the latest. I'm backing it up if you're wondering what I'm doing here. Just trying to get the latest here. Okay, so that's the, you see that plus, that indicates injuries, and that's what we had southwest of Paducah. I know we saw some stuff on radar. It was a little hard to make out, getting a little closer on radar, but it looked like something was probably there. And there was a confirmed tornado warning, I believe, headed in that direction at one point before we ended up getting a confirmed tornado report around Paducah. But back out here on the Gage community, 4 injuries, multiple structures damaged there in Ballard County, multiple snap power poles and trees, and 4 people injured and 1 person in critical condition. Not good. Not good at all. You hate hearing that stuff. They brought, by the way, the tag from considerable down to just a base observed tornado now around Murray. You maybe got to wrap this cut in up, and doing these updates now only as needed as we're looking ahead in this time on the stream. But because that's getting past the Murray community now. But let's check here for any debris. I don't see it anymore, so hopefully it didn't actually stay on the ground into Murray. That'd be great news. We haven't had very good news in a lot of these situations, reports of injuries and fatalities, or at least 1 fatality that I've seen from KFBS reports there. I could have been more. I haven't had a chance to go through everything still, but I was blessed to keep track of it. Okay, so there's a report around Memphis now, around Fraser and Shelby County of flash flooding, 1 to 2 lanes covered there on eastbound I-40, and that's just a sign of things that come in the hours and days that come with a flood threat. That's before the Watkins accent there. So let me see if I can pull up. Where do we want to go with this? I want to go to our flash flood stuff here around Memphis. Let's go towards Shelby County. Bear with me here. All this rain there, more and more rain piling in there on Shelby County and Memphis. Not good stuff there. We just got to stay tuned for the latest developments. Of course, these stories are big local stories for these communities, but at times they're big national stories as well. We'll pop back into the stream if we need to. We're not doing a half-hour cut-ins anymore, as we alluded to earlier, but we ended up doing one here at 9:30 Central, from a little bit forward, a little after, because of what we saw around Murray. That has weakened some, but not good reports in some of these other areas. Just a one-man band, but I'm trying to keep you guys safe and informed on all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, and this big national threat. We're going to circle it back on over toward the radar loop here, and kind of leave that running here, and if we need to pop back in or say something else, we will. But we'll leave this running, a couple more hours, give or take. We have all these tornado watches you'll see in a second. So anybody in the yellow or purple shaded area, they need to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to get alerts. Have a way, if you're going to bed anywhere within or near a tornado watch, have multiple ways to be waking on up if a tornado warning gets issued for your area, so you can take action to get in that basement or another tornado type safe room. So very important information to keep in mind here as we're tracking things for sure. I'm going to turn the mic back off for now. I'll be back on if necessary. No audio for now coming up, but if I need to talk again, need to see you more again, I will. Stay tuned, stay safe, everybody. I know some folks haven't been safe. Thoughts and prayers to everybody impacted on this terrible day, going back earlier on, and especially here toward the evening. It's just been awful towards some of these different communities.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back with you once again, popping in. Another large and extremely dangerous tornado being reported now in Kentucky. This one around the Madisonville community. So, particularly dangerous situation now. Davies, Hopkins, McLean, or McLean, depending on how you pronounce that, Muhlenberg, and Webster County. So, we needed to jump back into this. Let me go ahead and show you here other mode. I'll, go away from the loop there. See the Fort Campbell, Kentucky radar. That is not good. Right north side of Madisonville, especially. But, it doesn't show the debris there, which is interesting. But I'm sure, that's very significant there around the Hanson area. That is not good. That is not good. Right there. I'm glad we're not seeing debris right there if I'm looking at this properly. Around Madisonville, but I have a feeling next scan or two we're just going to see a whole bunch of debris pop up around Hanson. You need to be in shelter if you're in Hanson, Kentucky. This is a little bit further east than what we were tracking earlier on, northeast of Dawson Springs, but this is really taking an escalation. That looks like, well, honestly, one of our stronger wind signatures today. I know tornado reported underground by a train spotter in the last few minutes, and yikes, these are some of the stronger winds I've seen all day, folks. 114 one way. And about 40 the other way. That could be winds of 150 miles an hour now here in this part of Kentucky. Particularly dangerous situation now as we're looking toward the Hanson community. Large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground headed north of Bremen, Kentucky. Again, this is, not a good signature whatsoever. Again, I'm surprised we're not seeing the debris. I mean, I see large and extremely dangerous. I'm pretty sure it's got to be on the ground by now with that type of signature, but there's a chance since we're not getting debris, that maybe it's a little bit weaker than what it looks like. There is a report of a spotter seeing it, though. So, we don't know how big it was for what they saw because I'm not seeing debris pop up. I mean, how close were we to that radar? I thought we were pretty close. Maybe not, though. That could be the issue. Okay, that's from that radar. I think that's the closest one I went to it on our selection. Okay. That's a good thing. I'm not seeing it as bad as it could be, but again, tracking that around the Madisonville area. I'm going off the Paducah radar now. It says up there on Hanson. Curious. I'm just going to check the heights on this because that could change some of this a little. It's almost 5,000 feet off that radar. The closer the radar, the better you're going to get here with things. Off of this radar. Fort Campbell. I need to zoom out a little. Another storm there west of Fordsville. Better to watching very carefully. But so zoom out. This radar is only about 3,000 feet up, maybe a little bit more, but 3 or 4. That's the one that says a little bit stronger. We have the radar up at Evansville. So some of that here too. That's pretty significant. East of Hanson, more toward Calhoun, Kentucky. Significant tornado takes shelter now. And on that radar, that is up there. We're watching that from that. 3, 4, or 5,000 feet. So 3 of them was rated all kind of similar distances. So winds of about 100 one way and about 45 the other way. So winds about 145 miles an hour maybe in that area east of Hanson, Kentucky, if that is really getting down to the ground the whole time like that. So again, just have to be very mindful of what's going on. Let me go ahead and keep checking, keep tracking. We'll go back to the west. When we were watching around Murray, tornado confirmed apparently with this still. Maybe something that's not near as apparent as it was though when we cut in earlier. That's not a good look there with that signature there on Hanson. I mean, the debris doesn't show up, but that's a nasty signature. If the debris starts showing up, then you could start to talk about a tornado emergency if that continues up toward areas like Calhoun, Kentucky. But we're not seeing the debris enough to issue a tornado emergency yet. Not to that point. But Gotta be really careful. That's one of the stronger wind signatures I've seen all day here. Debris would indicate we have the tornado there. It's, you know, more evident, more significant here as we're done with it. So. Okay, an update here. Are they downgrading this now? Maybe to this radar indicated since we're not getting the debris. You know, there could be some. I mean, that's such a tight signature. I almost wonder. I mean, we've seen it from multiple radars. I wonder if it's not, you know, it's just not really reaching with some of this. You know, sometimes you have different contamination factors, but seeing it from more than one radar with the velocity like that, you know, it's concerning. Maybe there's an issue here where, I mean, maybe in a good way too, that it's just not getting down, but I think they might have just changed this to radar. Let me see, is that the update they sent out? Well, that's from earlier. I need to switch back to our other mode. I'm just going to check this. Yeah, they're saying a history of producing tornado, but not, you know, actively maybe producing right now. So we've given you the heads up. If we need to pop back in for it, we will there. You know, that tornado situation has been a history of producing tornadoes. Not a PDS warning anymore, but tracking northeast, you know, in other words, the different communities as we're tracking. It's around Hampton, moving up toward Calhoun. I think it's McLean County is how you pronounce that in Kentucky, and it could even get closer toward Davies County in Indiana eventually, depending on how things progress here. Or it's Davies County, or Davis, depending on how you pronounce that accent in Kentucky. So it's closer to Owensboro. So again, we're watching, we're tracking here. Gotta be really mindful of a signature, like what we were watching around Hanson's. And that's gonna do it here for now. We'll pop back in as and if it's warranted again. Stay tuned, stay safe, stay informed of the latest developments. Have multiple ways to get alerts. This is a pretty nasty setup still. It's really just terrible earlier around Lake City, Arkansas, as we documented. So we'll be back on here as necessary. Just continuing to track things here with the latest updates. Stay tuned, stay safe. We'll leave the radar up if we need to talk again with more information. We will. Okay, now they're giving us another update though. They're now saying confirmed tornado 7 miles southwest of Calhoun. Let's see what they're talking about with this. Is it back, you know, so under like a debris signature now? Oh my goodness, it sure is. Okay, we're not. Oh wow. Almost. Let me double check that. In one scan, the debris signature just went wild. Okay, everybody's getting kind of tricked by this. You go to, you know, not anything, and this is awful. Look, we're gonna have to stick with this, folks. This is an awful looking debris signature. I mean, literally 3 minutes ago there's nothing, and now that is a terrible debris signature. That's enough to get, if this holds together, a tornado emergency toward the Calhoun area now in Kentucky. You know, that's up there, not to the level of the one around Lake City, Arkansas, but it's not that far off. As we're looking out the Fort Campbell radar, that is an awful looking debris signature. I mean, this is lofting several thousand feet up. And that's sometimes it takes a little while to catch up here with this as I'm zooming out just to try to get my distance on this view. I'm sure it'll go back large and extremely dangerous and if not even catastrophic. You know, if that gets held together for that scan there toward Calhoun, that community. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. Not what you want to see at all as we're tracking the situation. Now we're looping that around, but let's cut back over to some other sources here the best we can. As we continue to monitor this. And that debris signature is standing out like a sore thumb now. You know, McLean County there, McLean County in parts of Kentucky, depending on how you pronounce that. You got some really nasty weather headed in. About 4,000 feet up, we have this tornado debris signature. That blue area, that's debris from a tornado from just east of the community of Slaughters there. Not necessarily a very fun name in a situation like this. As we're looking here, and that's going to be from behind because the radar is getting used a lot, but that's the current debris, that's the current reflectivity. That reflectivity is actually going to be behind as well, but the debris is what's current here, so that's not good. That is not good there in that community. Again, folks need to take shelter here. That stands out like a sore thumb. Stands out like a sore thumb there. Observed tornado, obviously, with that signature like that. And even, oh my goodness, that debris is going all the way up here, folks. As high as the Fort Campbell radar will go up. Probably they haven't went back. Large and dangerous here. Extremely dangerous it is. I mean, that's for sure. What a mess. What a bad situation. Calhoun, Kentucky. Please, please, please take shelter. That is some bad news there for that area in Kentucky. Not a good signature. I mean, that debris gotta be going over at least 10,000 feet. I mean, I'm looking now. It's on at least 6,000. I'm sure it's over 10,000 though. And that means a strong and violent tornado now in this part of Kentucky. Headed up toward the Calhoun area. Okay, that latest scan at the angle, it showed a little bit of a fade. Which we're gonna hold out. Hope that's a something that trend continues. We gotta keep watching. We gotta keep tracking. It may not. Gotta take shelter in that area immediately. Very dangerous situation. Several tornado warnings still in the country, obviously, in play. As we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest. Zooming back out, I know it kind of gets confusing when I zoom out that far, I should say, but just trying to keep an eye on the entire situation. All these red boxes, so many tornado warnings. Let me get back over to our looping mode here. Currently have 13 tornado warnings in the country. Examples in and near states of tornado warnings include areas of Gibson and Weakley in that Tennessee region, Spencer and Warwick toward Indiana, Caldwell, Kristen, Lyon, Marshall, Trigg toward Kentucky, Lawrence in Indiana, Breckenridge, Hancock in Ohio and Kentucky, Davis or Davies in Kentucky, Crawford, Dubois or DuBose there in the Indiana region, as well as Orange and Perry, and then Henry in Indiana, Caldwell, Kristen, Hopkins, and Trigg toward Kentucky, Indiana, Jackson, and Lawrence, another tornado warning, Crawford, Perry, Breckenridge, Hancock, and Meade toward Indiana. I think that's toward the Kentucky line too. And then we've had the two we've been tracking, that one around Murray that had weakened some, and then the one we saw that really spun up around areas there in points a little bit further up toward the east there, northeast of Madisonville. So again, still checking, still tracking, still monitoring the situation. Again, a dangerous scenario here as the hours tick on by. Signatures weaken a little more toward Calhoun, but if you're in Calhoun, Kentucky, you need to take shelter. You need to take shelter in Calhoun, Kentucky. This could pick back up. So downstream could be Masonville, or hopefully it stays south of the metro of Owensboro, but Whitesville and that region could have issues too. So if we need to pop back in, we will. We'll wrap it for now. Again, we're going to keep monitoring things here and give you the latest updates. If conditions warrant again, I hope they don't, but we've had to cut in here already a good bit as things ramp back up in this type of situation. You know, ramping up, ramping down here in these type of scenarios. You know, that's just the active nature of things. So, gotta keep that stream going. We'll pop back in if needed. Otherwise, stay tuned, stay safe, stay informed here. I know NWS Tornado on Twitter/X to be able to give you all those tornado warnings there as they come out, all those different details and updates and tornado watches too. So that's a good tool to use, but keep watching this as well. The red boxes mean radar indicated tornadoes. Purple boxes mean tornadoes that are either confirmed actively or have been confirmed. The yellow shaded areas, the purple shaded area is tornado watches. The purple shaded is a particularly dangerous situation, one which is very rare at the high risk of severe weather. By the way, still calling it confirmed tornado around Calhoun, Kentucky. It's not a PDS warning right now, but if we get more of an upgrade, more elevated concern, we'll be back here if it's warranted. For now, stay tuned, stay safe. We're going to let this run without any audio again, but I'll pop back in if we need to. Stay safe.